Hello and welcome inside St. Edward High School. I'm Cody Wagner. I'll be here with you all day on the Eagles Sports Network, bringing you this action from the Eagles Nest. This is the Sectionals Wrestling Tournament. 4 wrestlers from this tournament today in each weight class will go on to wrestle next week at Perrysburg in the district final. So 2 weeks ago we had that dual championship in which the Eagles won. The Eagles are looking to come through and come away with this individual state title as well this season. The Eagles in that state dual tournament 2 weeks ago defeated Brecksville in the finals, and that was a very fun one to watch. There were a lot of closely contested matches throughout.
I'll tell you when it starts.
And today the Eagles will look to remain dominant. And today on your broadcast, you will see 2 different broadcasts. You'll see the one for Mat 1 and Mat 2. You can catch any match that's going on. But I will be providing the commentary for this broadcast, the Eaglecast, which will just follow your St. Edward Eagle wrestlers. It's very exciting to be here on a day for sectional wrestling, and with that we'll take a break for the national anthem. And with that, we are just moments from getting underway here from the Eagles Nest. We've got 11 teams here today. Obviously, your Eagles of St. Edward. They'll be taking on these other 10 teams throughout the day. It's Maple Heights, Cleveland Heights, John Adams, Berea Mid-Park, Normandy, Valley Forge, John F. Kennedy, John Hay, Rhodes, and John Marshall. Those will be the teams here today from the Eagles Nest. And I have a feeling that it will be a day of great success for this Eagle squad. And for the Eagles this season, they are seeking their 8th in the 9 last years in terms of state titles. Also, their 3rd consecutive title is what they're chasing this season. Obviously, the dual state championship this year, but this for all the marbles in terms of the individual state title. You got to win here today to continue on. And we'll see if the Eagles wrestlers are able to do that. The top 4 will move on to that district final at Perrysburg. And I will be there for that one as well. That will be some very fun action next week, but the Eagles have got to get through here today in order to have that opportunity to wrestle. And we are just ready to get underway. No Eagles wrestlers out on the mat, but already a huge takedown in that match over on mat number 1. Today, some of the wrestlers you want to watch for this Eagle squad, it's going to be Ethan Timar, the number 1 ranked guy in the state at 106 pounds. Timar has been dominant this whole season. Last weekend at the state dual meet, came away with 3 falls, and it was just such an impressive performance. Even found a fall against Ryland Seacrest of Brecksville, who's ranked number 2 in the state. So there's really been no one that has been able to challenge Timar in the state of Ohio. Timar 33-4 as his record stands on the season, but his only losses have come at Ironman and Powerade, both the national tournaments. So dominance for Timar doesn't even really begin to explain how well this kid has wrestled throughout this season. And there's already been 2 quick falls in the 2 matches that have already taken place. Berea Mid-Park here today. The last time they were in the Eagles Nest, lost a close match to St. Ignatius to try to go into the semifinal of the district dual meet, but were unable to do so, and are back here at the Eagles Nest today to try to find some success and send some wrestlers through to Perrysburg. And just kind of continuous shuffling of the brackets you'll see here today. Wrestlers will come in at different weight classes, and they'll come out on the mats, wrestle their matches, go out, and you recognize the setup around the mats is a little different. Used to that long bench right beside the mat, but no longer. They've just got the coaches' seats, and that's about it. The wrestlers will either sit in the stands or be back in that wrestling room. So a different format from that dual format that you saw 2 weeks ago. This very exciting from the Eagles Nest. It's so great to be able to play host to this sectional meet as the Eagles do here today. Just great wrestling action that you'll see all day. Still trying to get some matches sorted out. And later today, I mentioned Ethan Timar earlier. He has the chance at wrestling Jay Sean Eggleton of Maple Heights, a ranked wrestler in the state, a senior at 106 pounds. He's 25-1 on the season. If those two do end up meeting, which I anticipate will happen, that'll be a very fun match between 2 ranked wrestlers. Also, very interesting in the 113-pound division, only a total of 5 wrestlers. So you've just got to win one match and you are in that weight class. Carson Brown in that weight class for the Eagles. He's the freshman. His record stands at 33-5 on the season. He's ranked 5th in the state of Ohio. And you look down this lineup for the Eagles, and it's just a murderer's row of wrestlers. Only 2 wrestlers not ranked inside the top 10 for the Eagles, which just shows the dominance, and I think will lend itself to great performances here today from the Eagles' Nest. And so for most of these wrestlers, obviously not the case in the 113-pound division, but since there are 10 teams here, for almost all the Eagles wrestlers, they will have to wrestle 3 matches if they have hopes to punching their ticket to Perrysburg. And now we'll get our first Eagles wrestler of the day out on the mats. That's Aiden Peterson at 157 pounds for the Eagles. He's already in on a quick takedown. Peterson has been the dominant freshman this season. He's trying to find a fall at the moment. Peterson very close, and he gets it. Aiden Peterson in 13 seconds. How about that? He's moving on into the second round. Peterson will take on Isaac DiVincenzo of Berea Mid Park. And couldn't get much easier for Aiden Peterson. In and out just like that. And today, of note, there will be no Zach Del Santer. He meant a lot to this team, meant a lot to this program. A great wrestler, but due to injury will be unable to wrestle here in the state tournament. Came in 4th place last season. Great human and great wrestler, but Zach Del Santer will be unable to go for this state tournament. So instead it will be Balin Wah at 215 pounds for the Eagles. So earlier you got a chance to see Aiden Peterson wrestle. Peterson wrestled in that state dual meet 2 weekends ago, and was able to come away with 2 victories. Didn't wrestle the semifinal match. Instead it was Matt Durbin in the lineup. But in the 2 matches he wrestled, he got a pin of Joe Marconi of Avon Lake and then won a 6-2 decision over Evan Rizzo of Brecksville in that final dual match. And that was a really impressive victory. Rizzo, a guy ranked ahead of Peterson. Peterson ranked at 16 in the state. Rizzo ranked 13. So it was a high-level match, and Peterson was able to show how much he's grown over this season and had a strong performance. And now on your screen, it's going to be Mat 1. No Eagles wrestlers, but it will be Marcus Wilson of Cleveland Heights and James Radijak of Berea Mid-Park. The winner of this match will go on to face Cade Brown of the Eagles. Wilson in on a single leg. He's trying to change it into the double. And he works around to the back and secures the takedown. Marcus Wilson up 2-0 here early, 15 seconds into this match. Both wrestlers post similar records. Wilson 12-15 on the season. Radjak 11-12 on the season. And it looked like he was trying to lock up Cradle for a moment was Wilson, but not quite able to secure the position, and they'll continue to wrestle on. He did get the 2 back points, however, and Marcus Wilson goes up 4-0. There's 1:10 remaining in that first period. And as you may hear from in-house announcer Tom Glassnap, next up is the Eagles' Adam Butler. And there was just a pin over there on Mat 1, so next up it will be Adam Butler at 120 pounds. Rather, Butler is in the hole over on Mat 1, so he's still got to wait one more match. And when Butler comes out on the mat, he will be taking on Tavion Wallace of Cleveland Heights. Wallace record on the season, 10-15. Butler posts a strong 29-7 record this season. Butler also had a good performance at Powerade, that national tournament, taking 7th place. Also very impressive in his freshman season last year, was a state runner-up, and at the moment is ranked number 2 in the state at 120 pounds. Butler, the state dual results for him this season, just 2 weekends ago, saw him going 3-0. A big 6-2 decision over Caden Pluhar helped boost the Eagles in that Brecksville match. Pluhar ranked 17 in the state, so an encouraging sign for Butler as we head into this individual season. And I'd like to say thank you for joining us here on the Eagles Sports Network. I'm Cody Wagner bringing you this action from the Eagles Nest. We'll have wall-to-wall action today on the Eagles Sports Network. Later, I will be calling that hockey game where the Eagles will take on Padua Franciscan. I'll be with Carmen Angelo for that one. And then later, you can hear Adam Mendoza on the basketball game when they take on Medina Highland in the playoffs. All playoff action here today. No regular season left for any of these sports, so this is really where it matters. You can't take these losses anymore. Wrestling, obviously the format a little different. You can take a loss and still move on in these tournaments, but hockey and basketball, obviously you can't take any losses in those tournaments. Such a difficult format, and we'll see if the Eagles are able to go 3-0 today. Send some wrestlers through to Perrysburg, get a win in hockey, and get a win in basketball. Try to make it a big day for the Eagles as Adam Butler watches on the side of the mat. He's getting ready to go. Wrestled at 106 pounds last season, is bulked up and now wrestles at 120 pounds. Butler in the state tournament. Only loss was to Cole Evans of Perrysburg. He also had a big win in that state tournament when he pinned Brett Stanley of Brecksville in the semifinals. Butler really had a great tournament last season, just couldn't quite get over the challenge that was Cole Evans. Butler also lost to Evans last season in the dual tournament, so it's a wrestler that Butler has struggled with, but Cole Evans, a very high-level wrestler out of Perrysburg, and right now you will see Adam Butler shaking his arms out. He's the one on the mat for the Eagles over on mat 1. And Adam Butler will be taking on Tavion Wallace of Cleveland Heights. Butler already in on a takedown, and he's got that half in on the left side. He's got the wrist control on that right wrist, and now working that across. Butler gets the fall in 11 seconds. Adam Butler gets it done for the Eagles. And he'll shake the hand of Wallace and move on to the semifinals. A big win there for Adam Butler to move him closer to a sectional title. And so on mat 1, they'll move from the bottom to the upper weight classes, and then over on mat number 2, they'll move from the upper weight classes down to the lower weight classes. So that's the format you'll see going on here from the Eagles Nest at 120 pounds over here on mat 1. And whoever wins this match will be taking on Adam Butler. It's Elijah Nelson of Rhodes, and it will be David Leeson of Maple Heights. And they're already a takedown for Leeson. Leeson 16-9 on the season. Encouraging signs here early, able to get the takedown. Leeson here remains in control, trying to get that cradle locked up. He does. He's working it across. I'm not quite sure if he has the grip fully. Yeah, that's locked up for Leeson. He's going to now just try to work the Rhodes wrestler across over to his back, and he's doing a good job so far trying to get the fall. He's very close there. The ref not giving it to him yet, and the grip is broken, and so he will be awarded just the 2 back points. So he goes up by a score of 4-0, and the potentially dangerous call comes from the referee. 45 seconds to go in that match. Devin Leeson for Maple Heights remains up by a score of 4-1. He's been dominant so far in this match. There's just 10 seconds remaining in the first period of this action. And you look at this state tournament format, 4 wrestlers from this sectional will go on to wrestle in the district meet, and then from the district, the top 4 will go on to wrestle at states. So you better be on your game next week in Perrysburg. The 4 sections will meet, and it'll be 16 wrestlers. The top 4 in each weight class will go on to states, and the Eagles will look to send their entire lineup to states, as they sent almost their entire lineup last season. Ultimately had 2 state champions in Evan Bennett and Luke Geog, and the Eagles came away with the state championship last season. And no Eagles wrestlers out on the mat at the moment. When that does happen, I will be calling that action. It's been 2 victories for Eagles wrestlers early. Butler with a fall, and Aiden Peterson also with a fall earlier today. Butler did it in 11 seconds, Peterson in 17 seconds, so dominance early from this Eagles squad. And recording the fall for Maple Heights is Devin Leeson. He will be taking on Adam Butler after that strong performance, finding that fall late in the second period was Leeson. And this is going to be a long day of action. Will likely last until about 4 p.m. So very exciting, and it's going to be a lot of wrestling today from the Eagles Nest. At the moment, over on mat number 2, it is Dylan DeVincent of Berea Mid Park. He's taking on Bernard Stevens of Cleveland Heights. That 132 division anchored by Eagles wrestler Cade Brown. Brown has wrestled for the Eagles the last 2 seasons. This is now in his junior season, his 3rd season with this squad. And he's been a great wrestler for this Eagles squad, has shown his strength and his worth to this lineup throughout this season. At the moment, he is currently ranked 4th in the state at 132 pounds, has 15 bonus victories, and last week in the state duels, he wrestled one of my favorite matches I have ever seen in high school wrestling. Lost a decision to Caden Jett of Brecksville, who's ranked number 3 in the state, but that does not tell the whole story. That match went into overtime and went into that sudden death 4th overtime period and was decided by Cade Brown ultimately not being able to get out from bottom underneath Caden Jett. It was a great match, and Cade Brown will try to avenge that loss in the state tournament, as him and Jett are likely to face off later in this individual state tournament. This just at the sectional level, the Eagles will likely experience a lot of success here today, as there are just 3 other ranked wrestlers in the state. Everyone in this Eagles lineup other than Balaam Wah is ranked. Wah unranked simply because he was behind Zach Del Santer before that injury. Del Santer in the ranks instead of Wah. And now there's a fall recorded over on mat number 1. And you may have heard there from in-house announcer Tom Glassnap, in the hole on mat 1 is the man Ryan Bennett. The Illinois commit has done a lot for this Eagles program over his last 3 years in this program. Was a state champion in his freshman season. Couldn't quite do so last season. Came in 4th in the state. Faced some very tough wrestlers down at that state competition, but we'll see if he can return to being a state champion this season. Got well-needed experience last weekend with a loss to Omar Ayub. Ayub ranked 1st in the state. You knew that was going to be a tough match for Bennett. Bennett ultimately lost a 6-4 decision to Ayub of Dublin Kaufman. That a match that you might see later in this state tournament, but Bennett did what he needed to do last weekend. Went 2-1. The 10-4 decision over Nathan Perry of Avon Lake in the quarterfinals. Perry ranked 15th in the state. Then later in the day, that 3-2 decision over Chase Pluhar of Brecksville, who's ranked number 8 in the state. So Bennett getting these quality wins over high-level opponents is very encouraging to see as we get ready to welcome him in to this sectional tournament here today. And for Ryan Bennett, he will be taking on Keith Gibson of Berea Mid-Park. Gibson, his record on the season is 10-17. Bennett posting a strong 30-6 record on the season. But something that's been very encouraging for Ryan Bennett throughout this season has been how he is just continuing to build throughout the season. Got a second place finish at the Powerade tournament. That a national tournament is a very encouraging sign for Bennett. Did not place in the Ironman tournament, but showing that he is in fact building over this long season is an encouraging sign for Bennett as we get ready to head into this state tournament. And now Bennett is on deck as there was a fall in the match before over on mat 1. And I'm very excited to watch that young man wrestle. Bennett, always so strong on top, really does not allow a lot of escapes. He'll combo up his moves on the ground. He'll go to the bar. He'll use that power half. He'll use the cradle. Really has no discrimination in terms of the move he uses when he's on top to try to focus those bottom wrestlers defensively rather than allowing them to work back up to the feet. And that's something Bennett does really well. He throws a lot at the opponent on bottom, so they've got to focus on defending his attacks rather than actually trying to make their way back up to the feet. Ryan Bennett does just about as good of a job as you can of doing that. At the end of next season, Bennett will go on to wrestle at Illinois, and it'll be fun to watch him wrestle at the collegiate level, as he has just been a stone cold killer here at the high school level. Bennett also this season, right before Christmas, was the champion at the Carnahan Invitational, a tournament the Eagles wrestled in Indiana. Many teams from across the country coming to that tournament. Also from the state duel last season was 2-1, a pin of Logan Steiner of Lebanon, a pin of Nick Yu of Perrysburg, but lost a close decision to Caden Jett of Brecksville. Jett has just kind of had the Eagles' number over the years. That win over Bennett, then also the win this season over Cade Brown. Jett ranked number 3 in the state at 132 pounds for the Brecksville Bees. This wrestling action, so much fun from the Eagles' Nest, just so much going on. The kids running around, having a good time. Able to watch some high-level wrestling action. And when those Eagles wrestlers step out on the mat, you better be paying attention because it does not get much more high level than that. And today it will be all-day action on the Eagles Sports Network. Obviously this morning into this early to mid-afternoon it will be wrestling action. And then later in the day from First Energy Stadium it will be the Eagles taking on Padua in some hockey. And then obviously to finish the night it will be some basketball action here from the Eagles Nest. I'll join you for that hockey action, and for the basketball it will be Adam Mendoza later tonight. And over on mat 1, very close to getting a fall, is the Berea Mid-Park wrestler. But he was just reversed now. That's in the third period. And it's always so interesting to see, just looking at Ryan Bennett's credentials and his success at 106 pounds. It's so interesting to see those 106-pound wrestlers. It seems like they always move up in weight class, and then you hear about them later in their career, and they just have so much success. Guys like Ryan Bennett, and ultimately a lot of these wrestlers end up at different weight classes and then contend for state titles in their own right. Their freshman season, they'll face off against each other. Then later, they'll contend for state titles in a different weight class. Guys like Austin McBurney from Maslin Perry, and then guys like Jackson Joy of Wadsworth, both guys who are highly ranked wrestlers for Wadsworth and Maslin Perry. Bennett had to defeat both of them to become a state champion in his freshman season at 106 pounds. Another one of those freshman 106 guys is collegiate wrestler Bryce Indonian, who wrestles for Virginia Tech. He was one of those strong 106-pound wrestlers for the Eagles and is now having success at the collegiate level. Also at the moment, you're seeing one of the most dominant 106 wrestlers in St. Ed's history in Ethan Timar, who has gone 33-4 this season. His only loss is coming in national tournaments. Hello and welcome if you're just tuning in. We're here from the Eagles Nest. This is some sectionals wrestling. This is the Eagles cast, so we will be following around these St. Edward wrestlers. And you can also check out the broadcast of just maps 1 and 2 if you just want to watch some wrestling. And now we'll have over on mat 2, it is Ryan Bennett. Welcome him in. Bennett looking to have some success in the state tournament just as he has his last 2 years. Bennett 30-6 on the season. He'll be taking on Keith Gibson of Berea Mid-Park. You see over in the coach's chair for the Eagles, it will be Coach Carson. He's over there along with Zach Del Santer. Del Santer and Bennett very close, and Ryan Bennett's trying to lock up a cradle and find a fall. He's got that very close. He's still got the cradle locked up, and he's going to go back to it. And that's it. Ryan Bennett in 20 seconds gets it done for the Eagles. Give him a hand. Ryan Bennett moving on to the semifinals. He'll take on the winner of Isaac Godfrey and Terry Murphy. And with that fall from Bennett, Eagles wrestlers 3-0 on the day, have not surrendered a single point thus far. And you want to talk about dominance in a certain discipline. That's what it has been for this Eagles wrestling program. They've won 22 of the last 25 Ohio Wrestling State Championships, 42 total state championships for the Eagles, 7 of those being of the dual variety, 35 of those individual state titles as they seek this year their 3rd consecutive title. And today for the sectional title, they are seeking their 48th consecutive sectional title. That just shows the dominance of this Eagles program and how really no one in Northeast Ohio and across the state of Ohio has been able to touch this program over the last 40 years. The program originally started by Joe Figler, then continued on by Howard Ferguson. It was grown by Coach Ferguson, then Coach Greg Urbis, creating the legend of a program that you know today. And then Coach John Heffernan has just continued the legacy of this Eagles program and has really not skipped a beat from the dominance of Greg Urbis. Coach Howard Ferguson was the head coach for the team in 1974 until his death in 1989. Won 11 state championships as a head coach for this Eagles squad. And so he really was the one that started the dominance in this Eagles program. And head coach Greg Urbis just deserves so much respect for what he did from taking over in 1989 and continuing until the end of that 2017-2018 season. And really, this Eagles program cannot be rivaled by any other wrestling school in the state. There was always this close rivalry with St. Paris Graham, but this year the Eagles winning that dual meet very easily. And it's just been total dominance for the Eagles throughout this season. The Eagles were 17-1 in duels this season. Their only loss coming to the nationally ranked East Lakeland Prep, rather. That was a tournament in Chicago where they had a couple dual matches, and the Eagles ultimately lost that Lakeland prep match. And checking in at the scores table is Lucan O'Brien. He's still on deck. But O'Brien, a very strong wrestler for the Eagles, as are really all these Eagles wrestlers. O'Brien on the season posts a record of 21-10. He's currently ranked number 5 in the state at 144 pounds. O'Brien has gotten it done throughout this season for the Eagles. Was 2-1 last weekend. Came away with a 3-2 decision over Grayson Woodcock of Dublin Kaufman. Woodcock ranked number 6 in the state, so a very encouraging sign for Lucan O'Brien. And here we go. Let's welcome on in Lucan O'Brien at 144 pounds for your St. Edward Eagles. He'll be taking on the Rhodes wrestler. O'Brien's still now on deck. He was in the hole. My apologies. On the mats right now, I do believe it is at 144 pounds, and it will be Noah Kane taking on Adam Baker taking on Davion Cook. Cook from Valley Forge, Baker from Rhodes. Cook has been strong on top early in this match. There's a potential that O'Brien will have to face the winner of this match. He's got to win 2 matches in order to get to him. And there's been a lot of falls for all these teams in these early matches. Moving quickly here from the Eagles Nest, and there's another fall at 144 pounds for Davion Cook of Valley Forge. And now, I believe it will be Lucan O'Brien for the Eagles. He will be taking on Lorenzo Boyd of John Marshall. And O'Brien already in on a takedown. He was trying to find a quick fall, but now he will let the wrestler back up. O'Brien back in now. He acted like he was going to let Kane back up, but now is trying to find a fall, and he does. Lucan O'Brien, welcome him in to the semifinals. O'Brien finds the fall for the Eagles. That was against Noah Kane of Normandy. Lorenzo Boyd of John Marshall was a no-show, so O'Brien will now be in the semifinals for the Eagles. The fall for O'Brien coming in 22 seconds. Eagles remain perfect on the day. Still no points surrendered. 4 falls for the Eagles in 4 matches wrestled. We'll see if the Eagles can continue that trend as we continue on here today from the Eagles Nest. I'm Cody Wagner on your Eagles Sports Network. Glad to bring you this action for some sectionals wrestling. 2 weekends ago from the Eagles Nest, it was a different format, that dual format. Very interesting to see. The Eagles ultimately were state champions, but Brecksville put up a good fight, tying it at 15-15, but the Eagles ran away with it in the end to become state champions. Last season, the Eagles won both the state individual title and the state dual title. They'll try to repeat that here in this 2022-23 campaign. Already have taken the dual title. They'll try to win this individual state title. And it's all about getting wrestlers down to Columbus. That's how you score points for this individual format. And then once they get down to Columbus, you got to be successful at the highest level of high school wrestling. And the Eagles have done that over the last 40 years and have been state champions 35 times. And this Eagle squad really with an exciting young base. Obviously, you've got the more veteran wrestlers like Cade Brown, like Ryan Bennett, but it's so exciting to see these young guys in the lineup like Ethan Timar, like Carson Brown, the freshman, like Adam Butler, the Miller twins, all freshmen or sophomores getting it done for the Eagles. And it's been encouraging to see because those guys will only get better and better, which is almost scary to think about due to the dominance that they've had over these last 2 seasons. And now we'll head over to mat number 1. It is Bradley Eaton here for the Eagles. Eaton will be taking on the Berea Mid-Park wrestler. Eaton already in on that single leg shot, switches to the double and secures the takedown. That's Noah Silva for Berea Mid-Park. Eaton 17-8 on the season. Eaton last year was 5th in the state. And from that state dual meet last weekend, rather 2 weekends ago, he was 2-1, only loss coming to David Zambonis of Brecksville. He's trying to work that bar on the right side. He's trying to work that across, and Eaton very close on that bar. Just can't quite run it across for the moment. This is the longest match we've had so far today. We're about a minute into this first period. Bradley Eaton up by a score of 2-0. Silva not really allowing Eaton to get his offense off here early. Eaton remains heavy on top. We got 45 seconds left to go here in the first period. And now Eaton was for a moment in a position where he could try to work for the fall, and now he's got that locked up. That's the bar across for Eaton. He's trying to find the fall, and that was a really good job from the Berea Mid-Park wrestler to roll out for a moment, but Eaton secured the position once again, and he gets the fall in a minute 44. Bradley Eaton, he's going to the semifinals. Eaton in a minute 44 improves his record to 18-8 on the season. And now for this Eagles squad, that's 5 pins in just as many matches. They have been dominant early. All those falls coming in the first period. And one of the most impressive performances throughout this season for the Eagles was their 5th place finish at the Ironman tournament at Walsh. That obviously a national tournament. There were 119 teams from across the country at that tournament, and the Eagles ultimately came in 5th place. And it was a very encouraging sign for this Eagles squad. 3 Eagles wrestlers placed there. It was Jarrell Miller, Ethan Timar, and Zach Del Santer. Del Santer not going to be here for this state tournament due to injury. It's disappointing to not have the ability to see Del Santer perform in this state tournament, but last year was very impressive, and he will continue to be able to wrestle in college as he heads off to the University of Pennsylvania next season. And as you may have heard there from Tom Glassnap, Aiden Peterson in the hole. That'll be his 2nd match of the day. And he had to do one of those play-in matches, as they would call it in any other sport. Peterson will take on Isaac DiVincenzo of Berea Mid-Park. Peterson got a fall in 17 seconds in his first match. So we'll see if Peterson can continue that streak, as we've got 2 matches until he's ready to go on mat 2. And Aiden Peterson, obviously the freshman you'll see later, record stands at 29 on the season, 13 bonus point victories. He's currently ranked at 16 in the state. Has been very impressive throughout this season for this Eagles squad. People have kind of counted him out, but that win over Evan Rizzo of Brecksville last week, rather 2 weekends ago, was extremely impressive, and Peterson will look to build off that momentum in this state tournament. And now you hear in the hole on mat 2, it will be Ty Miller. Miller, the 165-pounder for this Eagles squad. Ty Miller will be taking on Garrett Crowley of Berea Mid-Park. Crowley just 3-3 on the season. Miller posts a strong record of 25-7. Ty Miller wrestles for this Eagles squad alongside his twin, Jarrell Miller. Both those wrestlers very talented in their own right. Ty kind of in the past has felt in the shadow of older brother Jarrell, but Ty this season has really come into his own, defeating Gunnar Cramblett of St. Paris Graham earlier this season. And Cramblett was a 5th place finisher at Ironman. So a very big win for Ty Miller in that match against Cramblett. He just started super active early in that match, and I think that's something you'll see from Ty throughout these matches today. He likes to start quick and continue that pace throughout the match. Even if it slows slightly, he starts at a crazy clip early in these matches. And now over on mat number 2, you will get a chance to see Aiden Peterson of the Eagles. And now these Eagles wrestlers coming fast and furious. It's now Johnny Slaper in the hole over on mat 2. So you'll get 3 Eagles matches in a row over on mat 2. It's Aiden Peterson at the moment. He's taking on Marquise Moss of Maple Heights. Peterson now going to work out of this front headlock. Peterson competed in the round of 32 in Freestyle Nationals, and we'll get an injury timeout here from Moss. Peterson now talks with head coach John Heffernan over on the edge of the mat. And it appears to be the shoulder of Moss that's given him some trouble. We're 30 seconds into this match. Aiden Peterson has already secured the takedown. We'll check on the status of Moss and see if we're able to continue in this match. If not, it will be Ty Miller next for the Eagles. And we are ready to go. Moss clutching at his right shoulder. And Peterson now remains on top here. 30 seconds into the first period. It's Aiden Peterson up by a score of 2-0. He's now trying to manipulate that left arm. Now trying to control the far side is Aiden Peterson. Peterson up 2-0 early. He's got a minute 10 left to work here in the first period. And he finds himself in a position where he just kind of overpowers Moss and trying to take him to his back. Peterson got the back points, and now the fall for Aiden Peterson in a minute 6 seconds. Peterson's wrestled 2 matches. He's spent just a minute and 23 seconds out on the mat so far today. Absolute dominance from Aiden Peterson here early. And now out on the mats for the Eagles is Ty Miller. He's active early, looking for this fall is Miller. He's very close. And now the wrestler will belly out for Berea Mid-Park. That is Garrett Crowley. Crowley, his record on the season stands at 3-3. Ty Miller, a very strong wrestler for this Eagles squad. He's up 5-0 here early. We've got a minute 15 remaining in this first period. Ty Miller continues on top. And it's been 6 pins in 6 matches so far today for the Eagles. They have not surrendered a single point thus far. And next after Ty Miller, you will get an opportunity to see Johnny Slaper at 190 pounds. Ty Miller out on the mats for the moment for the Eagles, an All-American in freestyle and Greco-Roman wrestling. Those national championships, Miller competed very well, and also a highly ranked wrestler in this folk style format. Miller ranked number 2 in the state at 165 pounds. He'll try to break through and see if he can become a state champion for the St. Edward Eagles. He's got just 10 seconds left to work here in the first period. And he wants this first period fall. Ty Miller's very close. 1 second, and he gets it right at the end of the first period. Ty Miller in a minute 59 over Garrett Crowley of Berea Mid-Park. The hand of Miller goes up, and he'll go to 1-0 on the day. Ty Miller in a minute 59. And now we'll go to 190 pounds. Welcome in Johnny Slaper of your St. Edward Eagles. Slaper, also a football player for this Eagles state champion team. He was a linebacker for that squad along with the heavyweight Nate Gregory. Slaper, however, a very high-level wrestler. His freshman season wrestled 220 pounds. Last season made his way down to 190 pounds and has had success at this weight class. Slaper, the junior for the Eagles, and he's close to finding a fall here early in this match. Johnny Slaper now allows the opposing wrestler back up. Slaper up 5-1. He's in on that single leg, switches off to the double leg. And now Slaper trying to go up to the upper body. He's very close. He won't quite get the fall from that position. He'll have to continue to work here. A minute 15 remains in the first period. Johnny Slaper on top, 7-1. And Johnny Slaper gets the fall in 49 seconds. Eagles straight dominance early. That was Slaper against Davion Johnson of Cleveland's John F. Kennedy. So Slaper in 49 seconds keeps the Eagles' streak of first-round pins alive. The Eagles have had 8 pins so far today in 8 matches wrestled. It has been just a stunning performance thus far today from the Eagles. Johnny Slaper will walk back to the wrestling room. And you can see Zach Del Santer running along the far side, obviously unable to compete, but Del Santer still supporting his wrestling friends here today. Helped with the weigh-ins this morning. Del Santer just a stand-up guy for this Eagles squad. More than just a wrestler, certainly for the Eagles, is Zach Del Santer. Was a leader on this team and still shows support for this squad, even if he is unable to show his dominance on the mats. It is so great to bring you this action here from the Eagles Nest. Eagles have wrestled 8 matches so far. I'm Cody Wagner here on the Eagles Sports Network. I'm glad to join you here from the Eagles Nest. We'll have high school playoff action all day long. We start this morning into the mid-afternoon with some wrestling action. Then it'll be hockey from First Energy Stadium. Then after that, to finish off the night, it will be some basketball here from the Eagles Nest on Jim Connor's court. And with no Eagles wrestlers in the hole at the moment, we will take a break here on the Eagles Sports Network. And in a moment over on mat number 1, you will see Nate Gregory for the Eagles. He's the heavyweight, kind of undersized for a heavyweight, but has been so impressive throughout this season for the Eagles. Weighed in just around 225 pounds today was Gregory. That's where he normally sits around weight-wise, and it's so crazy to see him handle these heavyweights who a lot of them weigh in around 285 pounds. Gregory smaller, but has so much muscle. And now we will kick it over to mat number 2. It'll be Balin Wah at 215 pounds here for the Eagles. Wah in this tournament replacing the injured Zach Del Santer. Wah has dealt with his own injuries throughout this season, but made his way back out onto the mats for that state dual competition 2 weekends ago. And so Wah primed and ready to go to make a run in the state tournament. He'll be taking on Akhmad Yoldashev of Valley Forge. Yoldashev, his record on the season stands at 4-24. Wah comes into this one with a record of 16-3. Wah spent a fair amount of time on that varsity green squad throughout the season for the Eagles. And Balin Wah already in on a takedown. And the match might get stopped in a moment because the headgear is off, but Wah trying to find a fall. He's very close, and he gets it. Balin Wah in 18 seconds for the Eagles. Balin Wah will get his hand raised and keep the Eagles' streak of pins going. Wah in 18 seconds. And it has been absolute dominance from the Eagles Nest. Glad to bring you this action. I'm Cody Wagner here on the Eagles Sports Network. You got to think at some point for these Eagles wrestlers, the competition will begin to get tougher and tougher as the day goes along, but thus far it's really been non-competitive. These Eagles wrestlers just absolutely going through their opponents thus far. 9 matches, 9 pins. No Eagles wrestlers out on the mat for the moment. So obviously with this state individual tournament, whoever wrestles today for the Eagles will be in the lineup for the remainder of this tournament. So 106 pounds for the Eagles is the man Ethan Timar. Then it's Carson Brown at 113, Adam Butler at 120, Joe Sandifer at 126. Then they go to Cade Brown at 132 pounds. It'll be Ryan Bennett wrestling at 138 pounds for the Eagles throughout this tournament. Then Lucan O'Brien at 144 pounds. Bradley Eden at 150. Aiden Peterson at 157. Ty and Jarrell Miller at 165, then 175. Then Johnny Slaper at 190 for the Eagles. At 215 it will be Balin Wah. And at heavyweight Nate Gregory. That will be the lineup for the Eagles throughout this state tournament. And one of those favorites for the Eagles to try and win an individual state championship is Ethan Timar. Timar ranked number 1 in the state, and just 2 weekends ago got a fall over the number 2 ranked wrestler in the state. So Timar has been pretty dominant at 106 pounds, to say the least. So he's got a good shot at being a state champion this year. And so does a guy in Ryan Bennett. Bennett, state champion his freshman year, so knows what it's like to reach the peak in high school wrestling. We'll see if he can do it again this season. Obviously lost that match to the number 1 ranked wrestler 2 weekends ago, Omar Ayoub, but that match was just 6-4. It was certainly a close match, and so I think Bennett later in the state tournament has a shot to come out on top of that match. But you really look down this Eagles roster, and I've pointed out guys who I think have some of the best chances at being state champions, but really this whole roster has a good shot at going far and even becoming a state champion. Certainly Jarrell Miller, the runner-up in his freshman season, has a good shot to do it. He's ranked number 2 in the state at the moment. His brother Ty Miller also ranked number 2 in the state, along with Adam Butler, who was also a runner-up in his freshman season, now wrestling up at 120 pounds. We'll see how much success he has on this in this state tournament level. And now we'll get ready for the heavyweight. It's Nate Gregory for the Eagles. Gregory, the backing pair, along with Johnny Slaper, both of them football players, also both wrestlers for this Eagles squad. Gregory ranked number 5 in the state. So over on mat 1, we're getting ready to go. It's Nate Gregory. He's taking on Javoni Moten of John Hay. Moten 10-15 on the season. Gregory posts a strong record of 19-3. Rather, it will first be Gregory will still have to wait one more match to wrestle, I believe. There was some confusion. It seemed like he was going to the scores table, but it will still be a moment until we get an opportunity to see Nate Gregory wrestle for the Eagles. I was going to mention earlier this year in that state dual championship, Gregory pinned E.J. German of Brecksville, who is number 23 in the state. So Gregory has shown his dominance at this higher level of wrestling. And the Eagles have been so impressive so far here today. 9 falls in 9 matches. It doesn't get much better than that. All of those coming in the first period as well. And with this, we will take a brief break on the Eagles Sports Network. Hello, and we welcome you back in on mat number 1. It's Nate Gregory for the Eagles. He will be taking on Javani Moten of John Hay. Moten 10-15 on the season. Gregory so far this season 19-3. Has the fewest losses for this Eagles squad. And now he's looking for the fall. Gregory super quick, 15 seconds. Nate Gregory gets it done, 10 for 10. Another Eagles victory on another fall. Took him just 15 seconds to get it done there, was Nate Gregory. And now we'll kick it over to mat number 2. It's Jarrell Miller here for the Eagles. Miller already in on a takedown. And he's about to get the fall. Very close is Jarrell Miller. Miller looking for this first period fall, and he gets it in 18 seconds. Jarrell Miller, a little back-to-back action for you there. Nate Gregory, 15 seconds. Jarrell Miller, 18 seconds. How about that? Eagles now go to 11-0 on the day. 11 first period falls, and utter dominance from the Eagles thus far today. And Jarrell Miller, obviously the wrestler at 175 pounds for the Eagles. That was his first match of the day. Gets the job done in just 18 seconds. In these matches for the Eagles, necessary to move on to next weekend at Perrysburg. That's where the district final will take place. That will be a great day of wrestling, which I will bring to you from Perrysburg. I'm Cody Wagner here on the Eagles Sports Network. I'll be here with you all day for this sectional action from the Eagles' Nest. Eagles have been perfect so far today. We'll see if that trend continues. And we are still yet to see a single Eagles match make it out of the first round so far here today. Seemingly the competition will become tougher and tougher as we continue on here today. You are still yet to see some of the Eagles' top wrestlers today. Still have not gotten an opportunity to see Ethan Timar, Carson Brown, nor Cade Brown wrestle today.
Approximately a 15-minute break for go times. Wrestling will recommence at approximately 12:05.
And as you may have heard there from Tom Glassnap, we will have a 15-minute break in the action. So we will return around 12:05. And with that, we will take a break here on the Eagles Sports Network. Hello and welcome back into the Eagles Sports Network. I'm Cody Wagner here from the Eagles Nest, bringing you some sectionals action. Your Eagles of St. Edward thus far have been perfect throughout this one here today. 11 matches wrestled, 11 falls, just about as good as you can get. All those falls coming in the first period. And now we're headed into the semifinals for most of these brackets, as some of these Eagles wrestlers so far today have yet to wrestle a match. Carson Brown, Cade Brown, and Ethan Timar still yet to get out there on the mats, but soon they will grace the mats with their presence and hopefully come through with a fall for the Eagles today. I'm expecting something great from especially Ethan Timar today, along with all these other Eagle wrestlers who have been dominant thus far, and I don't think that much will change as we continue on in this afternoon.
Wrestling on mat number 1, Ashton Shane, John Marshall, Vivian Johnson, JFK. James Johnson, you're wrestling mat 1.
And for the moment, no wrestling going on mat number 2. All the action going down on mat number 1 for the moment. They're at 215 pounds. I believe they're trying to finish the quarterfinals up at 215 pounds. So all of these brackets are in the semifinals when we get back. Well, taking a look at the bracket, all of the divisions have made it to the semifinals. At the moment, they are wrestling some consolation matches over on mat number 1. These matches will be important just due to the fact that these wrestlers, if they come in 4th place or better, they will move on. So these matches do have some significance, not just for the morale. You've got a chance to move on if you do well in this consolation bracket.
Approximately 7 to 8 minutes at 12:30. The United short break until 12:30, at which time consolation and semifinal matches will begin.
For the Eagles, I am predicting that it's not going to be a lot of consolation bracket work. They're going to be wrestling out of this main draw a lot, and I think you're going to get a lot of sectional champions here today for your St. Edward Eagles, as they have just been dominant early. And only 3 other ranked wrestlers here today from these 10 other schools. The Eagles with 13 ranked wrestlers in their lineup today. So the skill level does differ for some of these teams, and the Eagles have looked very good so far today. When we return, we will have some Eagles action out on the mats. For the moment, we will take a break on the Eagles Sports Network. Hello and welcome back inside the Eagles Nest. I'm Cody Wagner here on the Eagles Sports Network. We've got 3 sports playoffs today. We start today with wrestling. This action from the Eagles Nest, the sectional final. Then after this, later tonight, we will be in the Eagles Nest. It will be Adam Mendoza calling that game alongside Donnie O'Toole. The Eagles will take on Medina Highland on the hardwood. Then out on the ice later tonight around 6 p.m., I will join Carmen Angelo for the Eagles hockey action against Padua Franciscan. You can catch all that action on the Eagles Sports Network. Now we will focus on Mat 1. This is where the semifinals will continue on. You can also catch action on Mat 2 on the other stream we have set up. Mat 2 is for the consolation bracket, and so these matches will eventually matter, but for the moment we will stay on these semifinal matches, as we'll start out at 106 pounds. It'll be Jay Sean Eggleton of Maple Heights. It'll be his first match of the day. He'll be taking on Dante Henderson of John Hay. Henderson 13-14 on the season. Eggleton posts a strong record of 25-1. And Eggleton already in on a takedown, up 2-0 here 15 seconds into the match. Eggleton continues to work on top. He's up 2-0. We're 20 seconds into this first period. Now the escape point awarded to Henderson. Eggleton still up 2-1. We're 30 seconds into the first period, rather. Eggleton trying to secure this takedown. He does so. Eggleton wrestling for Maple Heights here today. And he's up 4-2 already, and now trying to find a fall is Eggleton. He gets the takedown. He's up 6-2. We've got a minute left to go in this first period. He'll allow Henderson back up. Eggleton has been high pace early. And that was a great trip on the takedown there from Eggleton. He's up 8-3 now. And now he's going to try to connect his hands and look for this crossbody cradle. He's got that locked up, and Eggleton's going to work for the fall. He's very close. He's got 30 seconds left, and he does it. Jay Sean Eggleton in a minute 24. And here we go. Ethan Timar coming out on the mats for the Eagles. Timar is the highly touted wrestler out of St. Ed's. This kid has been so good throughout this season. Finished 4th place at Ironman, and that a national tournament just shows the quality of this wrestler. Took 5th place at the Powerade tournament in Pennsylvania. That also a national tournament. Timar throughout the season has shown how good he is and is already up 2-0 here early, 10 seconds into the match. He's working that bar across. Now Ethan Timar looking for the fall. He gets it in 18 seconds. Ethan Timar, that's all he needs to move on to the sectional finals match. He'll be taking on Jay Sean Eggleton later today. Now over on mat 1, let's welcome in another St. Ed's wrestler. It's 33-5 Carson Brown. He has been so good this season for the Eagles. He's ranked number 5 in the state of Ohio. He'll be taking on James Radicek of Berea Mid Park. Carson Brown in the duel last weekend, rather 2 weekends ago, he was 3-0. Big 2-1 decision over Brett Stanley of Brecksville. Stanley ranked number 8 in the state. That kind of shows you where Carson Brown stands, a very high-level wrestler, and he will make a run for states this season, and he's getting awarded those back points, and close to a fall is Carson Brown. He's working the wrestler over. Radicek trying to fight against this, and that's that half Nelson, and he gets the fall. Carson Brown in 43 seconds getting the job done for the Eagles. 12 matches, 12 falls today for the Eagles. It's been so impressive thus far today. So Carson Brown now will move into the finals match. This match will determine who he goes up against. This is Marcus Franklin of John Adams. He will be taking on the freshman Nathan Hale out of Valley Forge. High amplitude takedown early. Marcus Franklin up early. He's up by a score of 2-0. Hale trying to work out from this bottom position. Hale in the blue and white. And Hale is going to get a takedown of his own now. He'll now go up 3-2. Nathan Hale, the wrestler out of Valley Forge. He'll try to ride out the remainder of this period, but we still got a minute left to go. A lot of wrestling left in this first period. Winner of this will take on Carson Brown of the Eagles. And would you believe it, the Eagles so far today have allowed 1 point combined across the entire day for this Eagles lineup. They've only allowed a singular escape point, and it will be continued dominance most likely in these semifinal matches as Adam Butler stands on deck for the Eagles. Butler in his next matchup, he will be taking on Devin Leeson of Maple Heights. And this is a great match going on mat number 1 at the moment. High-level scrambles for the moment. Both guys trying to come out on top, kind of this waterfall position. And Hale's going to end up on top with the takedown. He'll go up 5-3 late in the first period, and he's going to be able to ride out the period. Nathan Hale is up 5-3. Hale out of Valley Forge, 25-10 on the season. Franklin, 10-8 on the season. Not as large a sample size for Franklin. You got to think this experience for Hale will partially help him in this match. He's seen so much throughout this season. We'll see if he can come away with victory against the tough Franklin. Franklin has done a good job throughout this matchup. Early was able to get a takedown, but since then, it's kind of been all Hale, and now Hale is going to look for back points and not quite getting that, but he will secure the takedown. He's up 7-3, 25 seconds into the second period. Now working this tilt was Hale. We'll see if he can secure it. He's got the position. He'll get the 2 back points. Didn't quite get the 5 count. He's got a minute left to work here in the second period. And now Hale was in a good position, and now he's trying to work the body of Franklin down to the mat. And that's very close. Hale working over on the edge of the mat, and the wrestlers will go off the mat and reset back into the center. Franklin able to work off the mat, but the 3 back points for Hale puts him up 10-3. Franklin's going to need something big if he wants to try and come back in this match. Nathan Hale up 11-2 is what the scoreboard says, and now he's getting back points. Nathan Hale has wrestled a great match. It will likely be him taking on Carson Brown in the finals, as Nathan Hale has looked great so far. Marcus Franklin defensively just hasn't had much to offer Hale, who has been all pressure here in the second period. Franklin unable to make his way out from underneath Hale in this second period. And that'll be it for the second period. It's Hale up 14-2 on the Eagles Sports Network. No Eagles out on the mat for the moment. Next up for the Eagles will be Adam Butler at 120 pounds. Butler earlier today got a fall in 11 seconds against Tavion Wallace of Cleveland Heights, and that's kind of Butler's MO. He is going to be active early. There is no question about that. Now trying to get this escape is Franklin. Hale in this top position to begin the period, so seemingly very comfortable with this position. Wanted to start there, and he's done a great job, able to get back points throughout this match. If he gets another 5 count, that will be it for the match. There he gets the 2 points. He goes up 16-2 now. Close to this tech fall is Hale. Once he gets up 15, the match will end if he's able to do so. Hale has gone back to that tilt time and time again. That's seemingly where he feels most comfortable. We'll see if he does that once again here. And now Hale is going to get the technical fall. With those 2 back points, Evan Hale by a score of 18-2. He is awarded the technical fall. And now let's say hello to Adam Butler. Butler wrestled at 106 pounds last season. A state runner-up in his freshman year. He'll try to break through at the state level and become a state champ in his sophomore campaign. Ultimately lost a 4-0 decision to Cole Evans of Perrysburg in the finals, but Butler had a great state tournament last year. He'll try to repeat that run here in this 2022-23 season, as Adam Butler already in on that double leg takedown, trying to get a fall. He's taking on Devin Leeson of Maple Heights. Butler trying to adjust and work that position, but Leeson slips out and gets the escape point. Butler already in on another takedown. He's up 7-1 here early. It's been all Adam Butler, 30 seconds through this match. He's working that power half, and he's trying to get the fall. Adam Butler very close. And he's trying to throw his leg over the head of Leeson, and he gets the fall. Adam Butler in 48 seconds does it for the Eagles. Eagles remain perfect on the day. 13 matches, 13 falls. How about that? Adam Butler gets his hand raised in that one, and the Eagles remain perfect. And now we continue here at 120 pounds. It's going to be Devon Early of John Adams. He will be taking on Pablo Morales of John Marshall. Early on the season, 22-5. This one of the better wrestlers in this John Adams lineup. Morales from John Marshall. Early already in on this takedown, and he's got the head and arm, and he's trying to get a fall here. Early trying to work the shoulders down to the mat. Early did a great job securing this head and arm position. He's very close on that. After this, we will move on to 126 pounds. It'll be Joe Sandifer at 126 for the Eagles. Now Early's going to find himself in the bottom position. Rather, Early will remain on top. He almost got reversed in that position. Still Early on top. He's up 5-0 in this match. Just 37 seconds into the first period, Early was able to secure the 3 back points. Early's going to keep trying to get these turns here early in the first period. Try to wear out his opponent, Morales. And Early, when he rides, I've noticed he kind of gets a little high, and now he's locked in a cradle from Morales. Morales has the cradle locked up, but he's kind of in an awkward position, and he keeps a hold of it and readjusts, and is now in a far better position to try to work for this fall against Early. This would be huge for Morales. He was on bottom, Early got too high, then he locks up this cradle, and he's got the back points, but he really wants to get a fall against this high-level wrestler in Early, but now the grip is broken of Morales, and Early's going to find himself back on top. And that reversal for Early will put him up 7-4. We've got just 5 seconds left here in the first period, and that'll be it for the first period. What a first period between these two, Devon Early and Pablo Morales. Morales had that cradle locked up, and he was working for that position, just not quite able to get the shoulders of Early down to the mat. So Early will remain up by a score of 7-4 as we begin the second period, and he's looking for this head and arm throw. High amplitude from Early, who's working for this fall. He's very close on this. He's going to try to work the shoulders of Morales down to the mat. Morales squirming away for the moment. And there's the fall for Devon Early. He'll get a chance at Adam Butler in the finals. Early in 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Devon Early with the fall. And now we go to 126 pounds. It will be Corey Henderson for John Adams. This season he's 23-5. He'll be taking on Anthony Wing of Valley Forge. Wing 12-11 on the season. Henderson, one of these higher level wrestlers for the John Adams squad. John Adams has a solid squad of wrestlers out here today. Corey Henderson, one of those solid wrestlers for this John Adams squad. He will be taking on Anthony Wing. Wing out of Valley Forge. Record stands 12-11. Henderson will be in the golden camo, and it will be Wing in the blue and white. And there's an early takedown. It looked like he was gonna secure the takedown, but working off the edge of the mat was Henderson. He kind of went high amplitude and worked off the mat, so wrestlers forced to reset back into the center. Score remains 0-0. 20 seconds into this match, Henderson is already shot in on a strong double leg takedown. It did appear, though, that Wing over on the edge of the mat was kind of rolling through with that, and a nice fireman's carry from Wing into the takedown, and he was trying to work for back points, but that was just a beautiful takedown right there from Anthony Wing. Wing now goes up 2-0. We've got a minute remaining here in the first period. Anthony Wing has looked great early in this match. Anthony Wing continues to work on top of Henderson. Wing trying to manipulate the left side of the body of Henderson. And now looking for this head and arm, and Henderson rolls through. That was beautiful by Henderson. Finds himself on top. Almost had Wing in a position where he could get back points, but Wing able to belly out. Scores now tied at 2-2. This has been a heck of a match so far. And looking for that bar, but got a little too far down on the arm was Henderson. Wing almost able to pop out, but now they'll give the reversal to Wing, and now Wing looking for back points. So Wing got the reversal and then went to look for back points. My goodness, this has been crazy action early in this one. That first period, after that, Wing up by a score of 4-2. First period was high pace, high action on both sides. We'll see if it's more to come from Anthony Wing and Corey Henderson. Henderson immediately pops back up to the feet. Wing able to drag him back down to the mat. Winner of this will face the winner of Connor Flores, who will be taking on Joe Sandifer. So we've got this match, and then Joe Sandifer still to wrestle at 126 pounds. When Sandifer hits the mats, that'll be his first match of the day. And now Henderson, the reversal, and he's looking for back points. He's getting the swipes now from the referee. And Henderson's getting that right arm of Wing secured, and he's getting advice from his coaches. And now he's going to get the 3 points for sure, and now looking for a fall is Henderson. He gets it. That's a huge moment for this John Adams squad. Corey Henderson locked in a battle with Anthony Wing, finds a fall, and goes through to the finals. And now Corey Henderson, you will see that man in the finals. And now it is, I believe, either it's Jacob Kyle or it is Cade Brown out there on the mats for the Eagles. I believe it is Cade Brown who's taken on Myshawn Williams of John Adams. So we've moved to 132 pounds. Something must have happened at 126 that Joe Sandiford did not wrestle. But it is Cade Brown on the mats for the Eagles. He's up 6-2 here early. And now he's going to this tilt as Cade Brown. Brown has done a great job early in this matchup, 9-2. And Brown throughout the season has had his fair number of pins, but also works for Tech Falls a lot. And there's the fall from Cade Brown in 1:12. Cade Brown gives the Eagles their 14th fall of the day. And this Eagles squad cannot be stopped. Cade Brown going to the finals. And now we stay at 132 pounds. It'll be the wrestler from Cleveland Heights, rather Berea Mid Park, Dylan DeVincent. He will be taking on Derek Palmer of Maple Heights. DeVincent came up with a big upset earlier today by defeating Bernard Stevens. DeVincent ranked 6, Stevens at 3 in this section. And that's a huge win for DeVincent, who's just 4-14 on the season. But Palmer wasting no time here. He's already got a takedown in this match. Palmer's record stands at 13-4 on the season. He's already in on yet another takedown. 4-1 Palmer, 30 seconds into the first period. And so the next matchup, it will be Ryan Bennett for the Eagles after this 132-pound semifinal. And that was nice, that fireman's carry into trying to work for these back points. Palmer has wrestled very well early in this match. He's up 6-2 at the moment, and he's now looking for a fall, and he gets it. Derek Palmer for Maple Heights. You'll see him in the finals against Cade Brown of the Eagles at 132 pounds. Let's go to the 38-pounders. It's Ryan Bennett for the Eagles. Here we go. Ryan Bennett, the Illinois commit. That's where he will wrestle after his senior year next season. Bennett was a state champion in his freshman season, knows what it's like to reach the pinnacle of high school wrestling. We'll see if he can do it yet again 2 years later. As Bennett now trying to work from this front headlock, potentially into a crossbody cradle. Lets that go, and now in on a double leg is Bennett. He tries to power through. It's been a good job defensively thus far by Terry Murphy from Maple Heights. Murphy 16-4 on the season. Now allows the takedown for Bennett. Bennett up 2-0. Ryan Bennett earlier today came away with a pin in 20 seconds. We'll see if he can produce a similar results here. He's working for the fall. We're 45 seconds into the first period. Ryan Bennett working for this fall for the Eagles. 4th place in the state last season. And he gets the fall for the Eagles. We'll see how his state run goes, but for the moment, he'll continue on. And with that, he will punch his ticket into the district final next week at Perrysburg. Can't wait to see Ryan Bennett show his skills there. Now we'll stay here at 138 pounds. It will be Joshua Lampa of Normandy, and he'll be taking on Joseph Scott of John Hay. This is a very interesting matchup. Scott 17-1 on the season, Lampa 34-7. And Lampa for a second had a hold of the single leg of Scott, but Scott able to work out of that position. Lampa had a match earlier today against Calvin Bonner, was able to come away with a fall in 1:06. Earlier today, Joseph Scott also able to come away with 2 falls, 1 in 35 seconds, 1 in 27 seconds. So Scott wastes no time getting his offense early in these matches. He's up 4-1 here early. We've got 1:10 remaining in the first period, and now he'll stay in control. Didn't allow Lampa to get the escape point. Joseph Scott has looked pretty good so far against Lampa. Lampa now gets the escape point. It'll be 4-2 Scott. And looking for the throw was Lampa. Wasn't quite in a position where he could work Scott to his back. Scott has the underhook on the right side. And both these wrestlers tied up in this clinch. If you have 5 seconds left in the first period, not likely that we'll see action. And going for the throw was Lampa, and that'll be to his demise. But Scott was unable to secure the takedown at the end of the period, and no takedown will be awarded to Scott. Lampa looked for a throw, but Scott ultimately was able to come on top of Lampa, but was not quite able to secure the position as per the referee. So he will go up into the second period up 4-2. Lampa choosing bottom to begin the second period. Joseph Scott out of John Hay has looked great here early in this match. We'll see if it's more of the same here in the second period, as he's now got that spiral ride in on the left side. And now the wrestlers will work off the mat. They'll reset back into the center. We've got 1:20 remaining in the second period. Joseph Scott up by a score of 4-2. After this, we'll move on to 144 pounds, where in 2 matches you will get a chance to take a look at the 5th-ranked wrestler in the state, Lucan O'Brien. O'Brien has had a heck of a season thus far. 21-10 is where his record stands at the moment. And now it's Joseph Scott who remains on top. He's up 6-3. There was an escape from Lampa and then another takedown from Scott. And once again, Lampa gets the escape. Scott is up by a score of 6-4. We've got 30 seconds left to go here in the second period. Not much offense offered thus far from Lampa. When he's offered some offense, it's been these high risk and throws thus far and low percentage of actually landing those throws, and it's proved to his demise thus far in this match. It's Scott up 8-4. We got 20 seconds left in this second period. Scott's been content to work out of these more traditional double, single leg shots, whereas Lampa's gone for these big throws and is yet able to capitalize in a big mat return right there from Scott. And that'll be it for the second period. And now we head into the third period. It's Scott up 8-4. Like I mentioned, the winner of this will get a chance to take on Ryan Bennett from the Eagles. Scott 8, Lampa 4. Let's see this third period action. It's Lampa on top to begin the third period. Lampa attached the back of Scott. Scott now trying to build a base. He'll attempt to work back up to the feet. Lampa controlling the left side of Scott. Now Scott able to break away. And now it's 9-4 Scott here in the third period. It's been all Scott in this match. The only points Lampa has recorded have been off escapes. So Scott has been doing his job thus far in this match. Just can't allow Lampa to hit one of those throws that he's been attempting throughout this match. If he allows Lampa to do so, that could prove costly. Both wrestlers now work at distance. We've got 45 seconds left to go here in the third period. And Lampa for a moment tried to spin. Not quite sure what he was trying to do, but these wrestlers will continue here, and there will be a stall warning to come on Scott, and the point awarded to Lampa. And now Lampa trying to drag Scott to the mat with a throw. Was unable to do so and finds himself on bottom now. Scott up 11-5 late in the third period. We've got 10 seconds left to go, and yet another stall warning comes on Scott, and another point awarded to Lampa. It's 11-6 Scott. We've got just 8 seconds left to go. It's Scott on top, and he'll drag Lampa down to the mat, and that will be it. Joseph Scott, Ryan Bennett will compete for the sectional title at 138 pounds. And now we go on to 144 pounds. Firstly, it will be Vontez Tyus of Maple Heights. He will be taking on Hunter Schreffler of Berea Mid Park. Schreffler 16-19 on the season. Tyus posting a very high win percentage at 24-6 on the season. Tyus out of Maple Heights came away with a fall earlier here today against Orlando Colazzo of John Hay. Now Tyus going on a single leg and now has the double underhooks and now works the back. Tyus doing a good job of kind of putting everything together in that sequence. The first shot was defended, then he went to the double underhooks, worked around to the back, and dragged Schreffler down to the mat. That's great work right there from Tyus. We'll see if he continues with that high pace here in the first period. Now he's in on this single leg. Tyus, a better shot here than that first single leg attempt. Schreffler doing a good job of fighting this off thus far, and he might find himself on top. Tyus still controlling the leg, and I will tell you, Vontes Tyus just did a great job of holding on and working through that position. He found himself on bottom for a moment. Schreffler didn't secure the takedown. Tyus held on to the leg of Schreffler and found himself on top, and he goes up 4-1. Now with that escape point from Schreffler, that'll make it 4-2 Tyus. We've got 30 seconds left to go here in the first period. Tyus and Schreffler tie up here. They're out in the center of the mat. It's been all Tyus thus far. He's up 4-2. Schreffler, the only points he's been awarded have been off escapes. And that will complete the first period. Tyus 4, Schreffler 2. Hunter Schreffler out of Bream Mid-Park. He's only recorded 2 points thus far in this match. Vontes Tyus with 4. The 2 takedowns thus far for Tyus has got him up. And a big mat return there from Tyus. Tyus now going to throw the boot in on the right side. Just 1 boot in so far for Tyus. And now he's going to work for back points. And Schreffler gets the fall. Tyus got a little high, and Schreffler just kind of rolled him over, and there's the fall from Hunter Schreffler. Oh my goodness, what a moment for Hunter Schreffler. It was Tyus on the back. Schreffler stood up. Tyus had the 1 hook in, the boot in on the right side, then got a little high, and Schreffler just kind of put the shoulder blades of Tyus down on the mat, and that's how it goes. Schreffler now into the final, and who will he be taking on? It'll be the winner of this match, Davion Cook of Valley Forge. He's taking on Lucan O'Brien of your St. Edward Eagles. And Hunter Schreffler having a heck of a day from the Eagles' nest. It's 3-0 thus far on the day. But that's Lucan O'Brien out on the mats right now for the Eagles. He's already got a takedown, and looking for this fall is O'Brien. That's very close. The ref taking a close look at it. Got 1:30 left in the first period. So O'Brien does not secure the fall, but he's got a lot of time left to work here in the first period. O'Brien up 5-1. And that was a nice try at the takedown, but O'Brien just kind of overpowering the opponent. Cook tried for a little arm drag into a single leg, but O'Brien just overpowering Cook and able to secure the takedown and the 3 back points. So 10-1 O'Brien. And now the escape point comes here from Cook. Cook from Valley Forge, his record 12-9 on the season. O'Brien 21-10 on the season. O'Brien looking for the fall, and he gets it in 1:34. Lucan O'Brien keeps the Eagles' streak of falls alive. And that's 15 matches, 15 falls today for the Eagles. O'Brien now will go into the sectional final at 144 pounds. And now say hello to Bradley Eaton. This is the 150-pound matchup. Eaton will be taking on Kendall Matthews of Maple Heights. Kendall Matthews, column of Maple Heights. His record on the season stands at 11-8, and there was kind of an awkward position between the two wrestlers. They'll reset back to the center. Matthews column with a fall in his first match in 1 minute and 11 seconds. Eaton recorded a fall in 1 minute 44. Eaton now works on top. Eaton, one of the more impressive athletes I've ever seen at St. Ed's. Eaton has played 4 sports in his time at St. Ed's, was one of the stars for the soccer team in his freshman season. Obviously wrestled last season, was 5th in the state, then also last season ran track for the Eagles, and this year deciding, hey, why don't I give it a try out on the football field in the pads, and he did so for the Eagles and was a starting safety on the Eagles squad, and so this kid can do it all. Such an impressive athlete in Bradley Eaton. Eaton here at 150 pounds, wrestled at 138 last season in his freshman year, and now he's working a bar across, and that's in deep. Matthew's column trying to work out of this. Eaton going to try to work him back over, but Matthew's column doing a good job of bellying out here. Eaton up 7-0. We've got 15 seconds remaining here in the first period. And say hello to our second period of the day for the Eagles. Bradley Eaton up 7-0 as we head into the second period. And like I alluded to there, all Eagles falls, all in the first round so far today. So, very impressive day thus far from the Eagles. Bradley Eaton now will work out of this bottom position here, as was the choice from Eaton to begin the second period. Just 5 seconds into the period, the wrestlers go off the mat, and now Bradley Eaton will get the escape point. It's 8-0 Eaton. And now Eaton in on another takedown here for the Eagles. Record stands at 17-8 on the season for Eaton, ranked number 3 at 150 pounds. Like I mentioned, took 5th place in the state last year, and there's the pin for Bradley Eaton. We'll see what he can continue to do at the state level. And there's the fall in the second period for Eaton. And now we'll go to 150 pounds. Rather, we'll stay at 150 pounds. It will be Demarion Walker of John Adams, and it will be Jahan Isaacs of Cleveland Heights. Isaacs' record stands at 23-9 on the season. Walker's record 13-7. Walker in the gold and camo, and it'll be Isaacs in the black and gold. Wrestlers tie up here early. I will tell you, Isaacs is tall for a 150-pounder, and he just hit that throw like it was nothing. But now he gets reversed and back points to come. And I thought Isaacs was going to get a reversal himself, but not quite able to do so. And now the escape point from Isaacs. He'll be up 5-2 as it reads on the scoreboard. Not quite sure that that is fully correct. And it's 5-4 is the correct score. It's been great action early from these two wrestlers a minute into this match. And now here comes the takedown from Jahan Isaacs. Isaacs up by a score of 7-4, 45 seconds left to go here in the first period. And now here come the back points for Isaacs and looking for a fall. And he gets it, Jahan Isaacs, in a minute 35 for Cleveland Heights. He'll take on Bradley Eaton in the finals. Now we go to 157 pounds. At 157 pounds, it will be Anthony Mastrobuono of Normandy. He will be taking on Quintez Pratt of Cleveland Heights. Mastrobuono got a fall in 32 seconds against Messiah Guzman of John Marshall. Mastrobuono for Normandy, the best wrestler on that Normandy squad. He is taking on Quintez Pratt of Cleveland Heights. Pratt in the black and yellow, and it will be Mastrobuono in the black and orange trim. Now there's a shot from Pratt. Ill-fated attempt from Pratt gets the takedown from Mastrobuono. Mastrobuono did a good job of sprawling and then going around to the back, and now looking for back points is Mastrobuono. He remains up by a score of 2-0. We've got still a minute 15 left to go here in the first period. And this is such an exciting day on the Eagles Sports Network. We've obviously got this wrestling action at the moment. You can check us out later today from 6 to 8 for the hockey game, and then the basketball game, which will start tonight at 7:30. That'll be Adam Mendoza and Donnie O'Toole on the call for the first round of basketball playoffs, and it will be the district semifinal from First Energy Stadium, and I'll be there to call that one alongside Carmen Angelo. We continue on here at 157 pounds. Mastrobuono has been heavy on top, and we will get a stalling warning on Pratt. And now Mastrobuono looking for back points, and he'll get the 2 points here. He's up now 4-0. There's 10 seconds left to go here in the first period. We'll see if Mastrobuono is able to ride out the remainder of this first period. Now we got 5 seconds left. We'll reset back into the center. We'll see if Pratt is able to make a quick escape. And he will be unable to do so. And that will bring us to the end of the first period. Mastrobuono 4, Pratt 0. Let's see a second period of action. It will be Mastrobuono to go down. It was the choice of Pratt. Pratt now on top. This is the first time he's been in this position in this bout. Was relegated to bottom for the large majority of that first period. We'll see what he can get going out of this top position. Quintez Pratt, 16-13 as his record stands on the season. Pratt continues on top. Neither wrestler creating much action. Mastrobuono now getting into this quad pod, trying to stand up. Pratt continues to be heavy on top. We've got a minute left to go here in the first period, and the stall warning will come on Pratt, and that is second of the match. A point will be awarded to Mastrobuono. And now it's Mastrobuono 5, Pratt 0. That does not feel good to be on top and get that stall warning and a point awarded to the opponent, especially when you're down 5. We'll see what Pratt can do. We've got 50 seconds left here in the second period. Pratt continues on top. Hasn't been able to create too much motion here to try to work towards back points. It's largely been hand fighting on the ground, and Pratt getting advice from his coaches. Pratt will go on top. He's down 5-0 here in this bout. It's been all Mastrobuono here early. We got 30 seconds left to go in the second period. Mastrobuono tried to immediately pop up. Pratt drags him back down to the mat. Pratt continues to work on top, dragging Mastrobuono back down. And Pratt will ride out the second period. It's still Mastrobuono 5-0 headed into the third period. And it'll be Pratt to go down on bottom. He's going to need to get this escape. However, he has not been able to make it out from underneath Mastrobuono throughout this match. That first period, Mastrobuono was able to ride out after he got that takedown early in the period. We'll see if he can ride out this third and final period. Mastrobuono heavy on top. Looks like he's trying to work that bar in on the left side. And now he goes half on the right side. Mastrobuono kind of giving multiple different looks to Pratt. Mastrobuono continues on top here, and we get the stalemate call. Wrestlers will reset back into the center. We've got 1:10 remaining here in the third period. It's been all Mastrobuono, up 5-0. Mastrobuono continues on top. Pratt has been unable to make his way out from underneath this wrestler for Normandy. Mastrobuono continues on top here. We got 40 seconds left to go here in the third period. Not much going on. Mastrobuono trying to work in that bar, it appears, on the left side. And if Master Bruno can ride out these last 15 seconds, he will go to the finals. And there's Pratt trying to create motion late in the match, but it'll be too little, too late. Anthony Mastrobuono, 5-0. He's going on to the finals. And with that, we'll punch a ticket to Perrysburg next weekend. And Mastrobuono will be taking on the winner of this match between Isaac DiVincenzo and Aiden Peterson. Peterson 20-9 on the season for the Eagles. DiVincenzo posts a record of 23-9. Peterson had a huge decision victory over Evan Rizzo last week, rather 2 weekends ago in that state dual tournament. Rizzo ranked 13 in the state. Peterson, I'm sure, feeling a little disrespected by his number 16 rank in the state. So he'll look for victory here against Isaac DiVincenzo of Berea Mid-Park. Now looking for the single leg is Peterson. He's going to try to drag DiVincenzo back into the middle. He needs to kick out the back leg of DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo trying to work off the mat, and now Peterson, he got the back leg out, but a nice roll through by DiVincenzo, and DiVincenzo ends up on top with the takedown. DiVincenzo getting a little high, and we'll see if Peterson's able to come out on top. He does, and he'll get the 2 points for the reversal. And the wrestlers will work off the mat. Aiden Peterson tied with Isaac DiVincenzo at 2-2. Peterson in his first match of the day got a fall in a minute 6 against Marquise Moss of Maple Heights. This one likely going to be a little more difficult for Peterson. DiVincenzo ranked at 3 in this section. DiVincenzo ranked 2 in the section. Peterson ranked at 3. And looking for this crossbody cradle right now is Peterson. And that's locked up. He'll look for the fall. Aiden Peterson, can he get it done for the Eagles? He was very close. He got the back points. He keeps that hold. So he's still got the crossbody cradle. The grip is solid. Peterson now working it across, and DiVincenzo will slip his head out. And that'll be it for the first period. Peterson 4, DiVincenzo 2 here on the Eagles Sports Network. Peterson will go down to begin the second period. In the state duels, Peterson went 2-0. Also a freshman football player for the Eagles was Aiden Peterson. A star athlete is Peterson. Competed in the round of 32 in freestyle nationals over the summer. Peterson, a very highly rated wrestler coming into this St. Ed squad, and he's shown his worth to this team throughout this season. And don't let that record of 20-9 fool you. Aiden Peterson is a high-level wrestler, ready to get it done at the state level for this Eagle squad. He's up 5-2 in this match with that escape point. He's going to try to kick out the back leg of DiVincenzo, does a nice job. And now he goes up 7-2. We got a minute left to go here in the second period. Aiden Peterson on top. Peterson controlling around the hip of DiVincenzo. Peterson very heavy on this control, and he's got that bar in. He'll try to run it across. He's got to stay in bounds, though, and now DiVincenzo works the back for the reversal, and Peterson got a little too high, and now DiVincenzo gets a little too high on the back of Peterson, and now Peterson gets the reversal right back. Peterson up 9-4. It's been great scrambles here in the second period. We've got 20 seconds left to go here in this period. Peterson's got that bar in deep. We'll see if he can run it across. And now he's got a cradle locked up. That's that crossbody cradle from Peterson. That's the second time he's had that today. And he will get the 2 back points. And Aiden Peterson now goes up 11-4. Now it will be Peterson on top to begin the third period. Whoever wins this match will take on Mastrobuono in the finals. Now trying to go back again to this crossbody cradle. DiVincenzo just has not quite been able to figure out Peterson thus far on this crossbody cradle. When he's wanted to do it, Peterson has been able to lock this up. It's because he's kind of done it pretty sneakily. Peterson has kind of put it in from the side when he goes to that crossbody cradle. Now he's very close to getting the fall. We'll see if the ref gives it to him. The ref taking a close look at this. Not quite able to secure it yet. He's still got that grip, is Peterson. He's got the crossbody cradle. He'll look for the fall. He's got to be very close. And Aiden Peterson gets it. 4 minutes, 58 seconds. Aiden Peterson coming through for the Eagles. And he'll keep the streak of falls alive for the Eagles. Peterson gets it done in the third period. And that's 16 pins in 16 matches here today for the Eagles. And the Eagles, across all their matches combined, have just allowed a total of 10 points. So at the moment, the Eagles have more falls than they have points allowed. It has been absolute domination. And now we move on to 165 pounds. Welcome in Ty Miller of the Eagles. Twin Jarrell Miller will wrestle later at 175 pounds, but Ty already in on this takedown and looking for the fall. Ty wasted no time, and there's the fall in 15 seconds. Ty Miller gets it done for the Eagles. Ty Miller took 1:59 in his first match of the day, just 15 seconds to get Elijah Hall out of there, and he'll advance to the finals. All Eagles wrestlers so far have punched their ticket to the sectional final, and now we will have some action over on mat 2. That is Jarrell Miller. Believe they completed the consolation round, so we will have dual action of the semifinals matches. So it will be Jarrell Miller at 175 pounds, found a pin in just 18 seconds earlier today. Has been a national champion twice already in his young wrestling career. Was a freestyle national champion and then the Greco-Roman national champion, and he's already got a takedown here early in this match, up 2-0. He will be taking on Aiden Carlisle of Cleveland Heights. Jarrell Miller wrestled at 157 pounds last season. was a runner-up at states last season. He'll try to come through in his sophomore campaign as he's getting close. Working for a fall is Jarrell Miller. And you got 40 seconds left in the first period. Jarrell Miller will continue to work this position. And now tried to put the knee on the shoulder. Miller takes a big look up at the clock. He's up 5-0. He's got 30 seconds left to work here in the first period. Miller just looks so calm out there on the mat. Seemingly nothing bothering him as he now goes to this tilt, and he's going to get the back points here in this position. And he'll get the 5 count and the 3 points awarded. And that'll be it for the first period. Jarrell Miller, 8. Aiden Carlisle, 0 here on the Eagles Sports Network. It will be the choice of Jarrell Miller. He will go down. And so there's kind of dual action for the Eagles. We'll bring him in. Johnny Slaper over on mat 1 is wrestling for the Eagles at the moment. Over on mat 2, it's Jarrell Miller. So Miller on bottom at the moment. He is going to work back up to his feet. Slaper has got a takedown in his match. He's up 2-0. They've got a minute 20 remaining in that first period. Jarrell Miller over on mat 2. He's up 8-0. A minute 45 here remains in the second period. And the escape point now awarded to Miller. And Johnny Slaper over on mat 1 looking for a fall. And he gets it. Keep the streak alive. 17 pins, 17 matches for the Eagles. Johnny Slaper gets it done. And a takedown over here on mat 2. And we'll draw your attention back over here to mat 2 with that fall from Slaper. It's Jarrell Miller here on mat 2. He's up 11-0. We've got minute 10 left to go here in the second period. And now working for the fall is Jarrell Miller. He's very close, trying to work the crossface now is Miller. And he's very close on that. And he gets it for the Eagles in 3 minutes, 4 seconds. Jarrell Miller gets the job done for the Eagles. And he will get his hand raised. And so the Eagles will continue their streak of falls. That's 18 pins now for the Eagles. And there's a forfeit, I believe, at 215 pounds for Berea Mid-Park. Over on mat 2, it was Isaiah Simmons at 215 pounds who got his hand raised. And for the Eagles thus far, it's just been domination, moving 12 wrestlers on to the finals, and we've still got 2 matches left to go. We'll see if they can go 14 for 14. Rather will now be Simmons to wrestle over on mat number 2. He will be taking on Darian Thompson of Cleveland Heights. Thompson 35-2 on the season. Thompson a very good wrestler for this Cleveland Heights squad. Thompson ranked at number 13 in the state at 215 pounds. and he will be taking on Isaiah Simmons of Berea Mid-Park. Darian Thompson, Isaiah Simmons, here we go. Both wrestlers feeling each other out through these first 10 seconds. And now trying for that trip was Thompson, and he'll work around to the back and get the takedown. He's up 2-0 here 15 seconds into the first period. Thompson continues to work on top. And what an impressive record for Thompson on the season, 35-2. Has just been dominant over opponents throughout the season. We'll see what he can do here against Isaiah Simmons of Berea Mid-Park. And in a moment, Balin Wah will step out onto mat number 1. The match there currently in the second period still, so Wah will still have a moment until he gets ready to go, but just 2 Eagles wrestlers still left to punch their ticket into the sectional finals. Wah will have the chance to in a couple minutes. Then after that, it will be Nate Gregory, the heavyweight, who will try to put the Eagles at a perfect 14 in the sectional finals. Now it'll be Darian Thompson. He just got hit with a stall warning. He's up 2-0. We got 30 seconds left to go here in the first period. And now looking for a turn is Thompson. And now let's kick it over to mat number 1. Let's take a look at Balin Wah here for the Eagles. And Wah at 215 pounds, he will be taking on Rejamar People of Rhodes. People on the season holds a record at 17-6. Wah's record stands at 16-3 on the season. He is replacing the injured Zach Del Santer for the Eagles. Wah has dealt with his own injuries, having missed multiple weeks before the state dual finals. That's where we welcomed him back, and now he's in on this double leg takedown, high amplitude, and looking for the fall is Balin Wah. He does it quick, 12 seconds. Balin Wah does it for the Eagles. And that's 19 falls in just as many matches for the Eagles. And now it's Nate Gregory for the Eagles. We'll call it 12 seconds for Balin Wah. And he will move in to the sectional final. And he'll be taking on the winner of the match over on mat number 2. So he'll either be taking on Darian Thompson or Isaiah Simmons, whoever wins that match. But now we'll say hello to Nate Gregory at heavyweight for the Eagles. Not the biggest heavyweight, weighs in just around 225 pounds, but he is ranked number 5 in the state at heavyweight. Right now in this semifinal, he is taking on Christian Allen of Maple Heights. Already Gregory in on this takedown. Allen posts a record of 21-7 on the season. Trying to get the fall is Nate Gregory. Gregory was close for a moment, and now he's got that position that's secured. Gregory very close. And he gets the fall in 31 seconds. Nate Gregory keeps the Eagles perfect. You've got 14 Eagles wrestlers in the sectional championship. And with that, I will join you once that sectional championship matches get underway. So for the moment, we will take a break here on the Eagles Sports Network. Catch you after the break. Hello and welcome back in from the Eagles Nest. We will be wrestling some consolation matches, so for the moment we will take a break here on the Eagles Sports Network. Once the championship matches begin, then we will resume with coverage on the Eagles Sports Network. Hello and welcome back inside St. Edward High School. We've got some sectional championship matchups here to bring you on the Eagles Sports Network. Today, we are full of sports on the network. We've got obviously these wrestling matches to finish up today. Then after this, I'll be headed over to First Energy Stadium to call that game alongside Carmen Angelo. Then after that, it will be Adam Mendoza on the call with Donnie O'Toole for the basketball game against Medina Highland tonight. At the moment, it will be the 113-pounders to start us off. Eggleton and Timar will actually not face off here today, so Timar, you will get a chance to see next weekend at Perrysburg, but will not be in action to finish the day here. But we do get Carson Brown for the Eagles. He'll start us off at 113 pounds, already in on a takedown. Brown now kind of in an awkward position. He's going to try to turn back into Hale. This is Nathan Hale of Valley Forge. He's wrestled very well so far today. Had a tech fall earlier today over Marcus Franklin. Now Brown was trying to work for back points, but Hale able to belly out, and now Carson Brown looked like he was going to cut him, but Brown remains in control for the moment, and now Hale will get the one escape point, and Brown just seemingly having the strength advantage over Hale thus far, and he's got another takedown up 4-1. We got 50 seconds left in this first period of action. Carson Brown up 4-1. He's working that half over on the far side and the bar on the near side. Hales has a tough job trying to defend both of these attacks from Brown, and now he's working that bar across. Is Carson Brown. He's very close. Referee not quite awarding him the fall. He will get the 2 near fall points for that, and he'll go up, the 3 near fall points, he'll go up 7-1. And Carson Brown now getting the swipes, and he's close to getting a fall, and he will not quite get it at the end of the period. And we will continue. Rather, he did get the fall right at the end of the period. Carson Brown in 1:59 gets it done for the Eagles. The Eagles, that's now 21 falls on the day in 21 matches. It's just been utter dominance from the Eagles here in this one. And now we go on to 121. It's rather 120 pounds. It's Adam Butler here for the Eagles. In this sectional final matchup, he will be taking on Devon Early of John Adams. Early earlier today got the fall against Pablo Morales of John Marshall. We'll see what Early can do against Butler, who's already in on a takedown and working for some back points. Adam Butler is ferocious early. He's looking for the fall. He's very close, trying to get the shoulders of Early down to the mat. Wasn't quite able to do so. Early did a good job of bridging, and Butler now up 5-0, and now he works Early across that position, much more secure. And Adam Butler with the fall in 27 seconds. Speedy finish from Adam Butler. Spent just over a minute on the mats today across 3 matches, and he's heading to Perrysburg, a sectional champion. Adam Butler spent a total of a minute and 26 seconds on the mat. And now let's welcome in Joe Sandifer for his first match of the day. He actually has not had an opportunity to wrestle so far. Had a bye in the first round, then had a forfeit from Connor Flores, and so finds himself in this championship match, having not wrestled a match so far today. He's already up 2-0 here early, and he's working for a fall. Joe Sandifer very close. He's taking on Corey Henderson of John Adams. Looking for the fall is Sandifer. He's very close on that. And he gets it for the Eagles in 41 seconds. Joe Sandifer, a sectional champion here from the Eagles' Nest. And we'll quickly move on to 132 pounds. That took Sandifer just 41 seconds. Now it's 23 pins in just as many matches for the Eagles here today. Now here we go to Cade Brown of your St. Edward Eagles. Brown at the moment currently ranked number 4 in the state at 132 pounds and has wrestled very well throughout this season. Had an absolute classic with Caden Jett about 2 weekends ago in that state dual championship match, and he's already in on an early takedown. Cade Brown on top 2-0 here early. We're 15 seconds into this first period. Brown now will kick out Palmer. This is Derek Palmer of Maple Heights. His record stands at 13-4 on the season. He's taken on the 25-6 Cade Brown. Brown, a junior here for this Eagle squad, wrestled at 113 pounds his freshman year, was behind Wyatt Richter, but last season really came into his own on this varsity gold squad at 120 pounds, and he goes single leg into the double leg. Just a great takedown right there from Cade Brown. That'll put him up 6-2. We got a minute left in the first period. Cade Brown now trying for this tilt, it appears. And he goes to that. He's getting the back points. And we'll see if he gets the 5 count. He does. That'll put Cade Brown up 9-2 once those points are awarded. And Cade Brown drags Palmer back down to the mat. Brown has been dominant early in this match. We got 20 seconds left to go here in the first period. Cade Brown now working from this front headlock. And shucks the head and moves around to the back, and now looking for a cradle is Brown. He's got that locked up. He's got 3 seconds left to go. Can he get the fall? And time will expire on the first period. Cade Brown will be awarded the 3 back points, and he'll go up 12-2. That was really a position where he could have secured the fall, but time just kind of ran out on him, and he'll be forced to go into the second period against Derek Palmer. Cade Brown last season took 7th place in the state. He'll look to produce a similar result here this season, perhaps once an even better one, as he's currently ranked 4th in the state. Cade Brown, a very high-level wrestler for this Eagles squad, leads the team with 3 tech falls, also leads the team with 7 major decisions. This is a guy that gets it done in all aspects, also leads the team with 80 takedowns, so very prolific about how he's able to drag this down to the mat, and that was beautiful right there. Went from the low ankle, made Palmer lose his balance, and then came down on him and controlled the position. Cade Brown has been working great so far in this match, and he'll allow Palmer to escape, and he goes up 15-3. He wants this tech fall. With another takedown, Rather, he would need 2 more takedowns if he wishes to get this tech fall. And Palmer rolling through over on the edge of the mat, and the wrestlers will go off the edge of the mat and have to reset back into the center. We got 45 seconds left to go here in the second period. Brown 15, Palmer 3 on the Eagles Sports Network. Now Cade Brown late in the match comes through with a fall. He was about to get the tech fall, but right as he's about to do so, gets a fall. 3 minutes, 19 seconds into the match. Cade Brown gets it done, and it's been all pins for the Eagles today. It looked like Brown might have broken that streak with the tech fall, but he ultimately gets the fall there for the Eagles and is a sectional champion. Let's go to 138 pounds. Ryan Bennett for the Eagles. Bennett, the Illinois commit in his junior year, was a state champion in his freshman year. This is a very high-level wrestler. Had a little bit of a setback 2 weekends ago in that state dual meet when he suffered a loss to Omar Ayub of Dublin Kaufman, but certainly can't be too frustrated with that loss. Ayub ranked first in the state, but those are the wrestlers that Bennett will have to compete with eventually at the state level. Bennett ranks number 3 in the state at 138 pounds. Bennett still yet to secure a takedown. He's taken on Joseph Scott of John Hay in this match. Scott 17-1 on the season. A guy not used to losing. Let's see if Bennett can hand him his second loss of the season. And Bennett, that was very slick right there from Ryan Bennett. Had that underhooking deep on the right side and just kind of floats it down to the leg and then attacks in on that single leg and secures the takedown. He's up 2-0. We got 40 seconds left in the first period. Ryan Bennett now looking for the fall. He's got Scott in a good spot, and now he's trying to get those shoulders down to the mat. Ryan Bennett has that position secured, hasn't got it quite yet. Referee taking a close look. Bennett readjusting. Referee trying to get a better angle on this. Ryan Bennett's got it very close. He's got just 10 seconds left. Hasn't done it quite yet. He's got 5 seconds to readjust. And that's it for the first period. Ryan Bennett not quite able to secure the fall. He's up 5-0 headed into the second period. And we'll take a timeout. Got to attend to Ryan Bennett, who has got a nosebleed, I believe. Yep, so the trainers will attend to him over there on the edge of the mat. He'll talk with Coach Carson and head coach John Heffernan. Bennett's older brother, Evan Bennett, wrestled for this program, was a state champion last season. He is wrestling at UPenn. After his senior year next year, Ryan will go on to wrestle at Illinois. So this is a very strong wrestling family are the Bennetts. And Ryan Bennett will have the choice to begin the second period. He will go down. He's up 5-0 headed into the second period. Earlier this year, the most impressive feat of Bennett this season was his finish at Powerade tournament, that a national tournament in Pennsylvania. He ended up taking second place, which is so impressive, and he's showing that prowess here today against Joseph Scott of John Hay. In that first period, Bennett was so close to securing a fall. We'll see if he can get back to that position here in the second period. He's up 6-0. He's trying to trip out that back leg of Scott, has the wrist control. And Bennett had the wrist and the arm as well, was potentially looking for that arm drag across over to the back, but couldn't quite secure that. But now Ryan Bennett gets the takedown here, and he'll go up 8-0. We've got a minute left to go here in the second period. It's been all Ryan Bennett here halfway through this match. Bennett continues on top. He's got 50 seconds left in the second period. And now he's controlling that left arm of Scott. Bennett has that left arm behind the back and now goes for that bar. He's going to try to work that up towards the head and across. And now Bennett's got that position. He's going to get the back points, and close to a fall is Ryan Bennett. He's going to have to readjust if he wants to work for this pin. Bennett now rotates over to the other side, and that'll be it for the second period. It's happened twice now to Bennett. He's had a position where he can secure a fall, but time has just kind of run out on him, and he'll be up 11-0 headed in to the third period. Record for Ryan Bennett coming into today stands at 30-6. Just a very impressive wrestler for this Eagles squad. As you look up and down this Eagles team, you really don't see a weak point. Just so solid from top to bottom as Ryan Bennett secures the takedown 30 seconds into the third period. He's up 13-0. We'll see if he tries to secure these back points. Scott, for the moment, is laid out and broken down, so not much happening there, and they will go off the edge of the mat. Reset back into the center. Bennett up 13-0. We've got a minute, 8 seconds left to go in this match. And now Bennett just pulls him back into his lap and now is in a position to potentially secure a fall. He's got a lot of time to work this time. We'll see what he can do. He's got a minute, and once Scott bellies out, if he can, that'll be the end of the match. So Bennett has essentially the rest of this time to work. Bennett, he gets the fall in 5 minutes, 16 seconds. Ryan Bennett finds the fall for the Eagles. Say hello to yet another sectional champion, Ryan Bennett. And now we go on to 144 pounds. Lucan O'Brien, the junior for the Eagles, he will be taking on Hunter Schreffler of Berea Mid-Park. Schreffler has had a heck of a day here in this one. A big upset against Vontez Tyus earlier today. Tyus, the 1 seed from Maple Heights. Schreffler was able to come away with a fall in that match. He'll see if he's able to shock Lucan O'Brien. O'Brien for the Eagles, currently ranked at number 5 in the state at 144 pounds. Record stands at 21-10 on the season, and he now goes in for that single leg, switches off to the double, and secures the takedown. Lucan O'Brien goes up 2-0 here 30 seconds into the first period. And a big mat return from O'Brien. A good job of Schreffler and immediately building back to that quad pod. Now O'Brien breaking him down, and the wrestlers go off the edge of the mat. We're 45 seconds into the first period. O'Brien 2, Schreffler 0 on the Eagles Sports Network. And O'Brien will reset back into neutral. And that'll make the score now 2-1 O'Brien. And O'Brien taking a moment. Seems like something's up with his nose, I believe. Not quite sure. Maybe something in the eye. And wrestlers will reset. And O'Brien, nice double leg shot. He closed the distance so quickly, and that's what secured that takedown for him. O'Brien now up 4-1. Once he was in close, he tripped out the legs, and if you want to show someone how to take a double leg shot, that's exactly how you do it right there from Lucan O'Brien. He's up 4-2. We got 40 seconds left to go in the first period. And nice duck under right there from O'Brien, in tight with Schreffler, able to secure the takedown now for the Eagles. He's up 6-2 now. He goes to this tilt. O'Brien was kind of reluctant early to chase these back points, just allowing Schreffler back up, but now went to that tilt, was unable to secure any count, and now he got the 2 count, and he will be awarded the 2 points. O'Brien now up 8-2, and that will bring us to the end of the first period. Lucan O'Brien 8, Hunter Schreffler 2. And for the Eagles, they have had 25 pins in 25 matches out here today, and as a team have just allowed 17 points the Eagles have allowed as a team, which is crazy to think about across how many matches they've wrestled. 25. It's less than 1 point a match that they've allowed. Lucan O'Brien continues on top here against Hunter Schreffler. Schreffler from Berea Mid-Park. O'Brien went to that tilt once again. That seems to be the favorite move of O'Brien. Now he'll kick out Schreffler, and they will go on the feet. 10-4 O'Brien. In the duels this season, that state duel tournament, O'Brien was 2-1. Got the 3-2 decision over Grayson Woodcock of Dublin Kaufman, an encouraging sign. Woodcock ranked number 6 in the state, and that's just a sign of someone doing what they need to get a victory against the guy he was expected to beat. And there's a fall for Lucan O'Brien. That's in 3 minutes, 14 seconds. Lucan O'Brien gets the job done. 26 matches, 26 falls for the Eagles. Let's see if that trend continues. We say hello to Bradley Eaton. Eaton ranked number 3 in the state at 150 pounds. And he will be taking on Jahan Isaacs of Cleveland Heights. Isaacs' record stands at 23-9 on the season. Earlier today, came away with a fall against Demarion Walker of John Adams. Eaton already secured the takedown, and Isaacs with the escape. So it's 2-1 Eaton, 30 seconds into this first period. Wrestlers at distance for the moment. Now they tie up, and Eaton, nice single leg. Isaacs doing a good job of defending so far. He's got to stay wrapped around that waist of Eaton. Now he lets go of that, and now Eaton will secure the takedown. When Isaacs in that position, he can't let go of that grab he had around the leg. A lot of guys will grab around the body, but once he lets that go, Eaton in that position was able to secure the takedown. Eaton now goes up 4-1. We got a minute left to go here in the first period. Bradley Eaton on top early. Eaton in his last match secured a fall in 2 minutes, 30 seconds. He'll look for a similar result here against Isaacs. And Isaacs now builds a base, and Eaton takes him back down. Brad Eaton up on top early, 4-1. He's now got that bar in. We'll see if he tries to run it across. He's kind of running out of real estate over on the edge of the mat. We'll see what he does with this. He now grabs around the body with his left arm. Eaton continues, and he will ride out the period. Eaton remains up by a score of 4-1 headed into the second period. It will be the choice of Eaton, and he will go down to begin the second period. Eaton immediately pops back up. Isaacs with a big mat return. Eaton, wow, is so quick up to the feet, and that gets him the escape in just 5 seconds. Eaton tried to shoot in on that low single, but Isaacs privy to it and was able to avoid that. 5-1 Eaton, and now he works around to the back of Isaacs. Isaacs, nice roll through. Eaton continued to work, but he ran out of room over on the edge of the mat, and the wrestlers will reset back into the center. It's 5-1 Eaton. We got a minute and a half left to go here in the second period. Bradley Eaton 2-0 on the day with 2 falls. And now Eaton gets another takedown. He'll go up 7-1. And Isaacs will remain down for a moment, holding the eye, it appears. And Bradley Eaton on the edge of the mat, receiving some coaching advice from head coach John Heffernan. Heffernan took over the program when head coach Greg Urbis retired from being the head wrestling coach in 2018. The program was originally started by Joe Figler, then bolstered by Howard Ferguson, and it was made the legendary program it is today by head coach Greg Urbis. St. Ed's Wrestling ranked 11th on Max Preps of top 20 dynasties in the last 20 years. And a dynasty it certainly is this St. Edward Eagles wrestling program. Out on the mats right now is the number 3 ranked wrestler in the state, Bradley Eaton. Not quite sure what's being discussed over on the far side, but it does seem as though we will continue with wrestling. Here we go. It's Eaton on top, Isaacs on bottom. We got a minute 15 remaining here in the second period. Bradley Eaton up by a score of 7-1. Eaton was 5th place in the state last year. He'll look for an even better result at states this season. Obviously, with being in this finals match, has punched his ticket to districts next weekend, which will be at Perrysburg. I'm Cody Wagner, and I will be there to bring you that action on the Eagles Sports Network next weekend. And what a day of sports we have today on the Eagles Sports Network. Obviously, the wrestling, but then after this, at 6 p.m., we will have the hockey game between your Eagles and the Bruins of Padua Franciscan, and then the basketball game tonight. And Bradley Eaton finds the fall for the Eagles in 3 minutes and 35 seconds. Bradley Eaton is a sectional champion. Eaton keeps the streak alive. 27 falls, 27 matches. My goodness, it does not get much more impressive and dominant than that. And now we go on to 157 pounds. I'm tired of people overlooking this kid. This is Aiden Peterson. 2 weekends ago, in that state dual championship, he was able to come away with victory against Evan Rizzo of Brecksville. Rizzo ranked 13 in the state. It was a super impressive victory from Peterson, and you can kind of tell in the thought process and how he presents himself. Aiden Peterson is frustrated that he continues to be counted out, ranked 16th in the state. This is a high-level wrestler in this freshman, Aiden Peterson. Peterson at 157 pounds. He will be taking on Anthony Mastrobono of Normandy. Mastrobono with a 5-0 decision to get into this finals match against Peterson. Peterson, a minute left to work here in the first period. He's up 2-0. And Peterson has been searching for that crossbody cradle. Mastrobono will not allow it. And Peterson seems determined to secure this position with the cradle. Mastrobono doing a good job so far of defending. Peterson will try to drag him back onto the mat. And Peterson now still searching for this cradle, and there will be the stall warning on Mastrobono. Peterson has certainly attacked that cradle here early, but Mastrobono not really attempting to get back to his feet, and that's why the stall call comes. And that'll be it for the first period. Aiden Peterson up 2-0, headed into the second period. It will be the choice of Mastrobono. He will allow the choice to go to Peterson, and Peterson will go down to begin the second period. Peterson immediately builds a base. And now up to the feet is Peterson. And Mastrobono has that bar in, but it's kind of in an awkward position. And Peterson works out of that and gets the escape. He goes up 3-0, 20 seconds into the second period. Wrestlers work out in the center of the mat, and there's that single leg shot from Mastrobono. Peterson doing a good job of defending it. Grip of Mastrobono's broken now. We'll see if Peterson can get around to the back, and he will not do so yet, and now is able to do so. Mastrobono had it around the left leg of Peterson, and Peterson just rotated off to the opposite side and was able to secure the takedown. He's up 5-0. We've got a minute left to go here in the second period. It's been all Peterson early in this match. Peterson continues to ride here as he takes a look over at Coach John Heffernan. He's got 30 seconds left to go here in the second period. Peterson, one of the few freshmen in the lineup for this Eagles squad. Eagles squad really led by a strong group of sophomores in the Miller twins, in Adam Butler, in Ethan Timar. Those some of the top wrestlers for this Eagles squad this season, all sophomores. And Peterson, one of the rare freshmen on this team. Peterson continues on top. He's one of two freshmen, the only other one being Carson Brown at 113 pounds. Rare to see a freshman up at 157 pounds, but Peterson doing it for the Eagles so far this season. He's up 5-0 against Mastrobono. And Mastrobono will go neutral to to begin the third period. An interesting choice. Seemingly hasn't had success underneath Peterson so far, so he'll try his luck on the feet as he took an ill-fated shot. Now Aiden Peterson might be able to turn this into back points. He will secure the takedown. No back points for the moment for Peterson. He'll go up 7-0 and now allows the escape. He's potentially working for a major decision now. He's up 7-1. We've got a minute and a half remaining in this one. And the wrestlers will go off the mat. That will be the stall warning on Mastrobono, and the point will be awarded to Aiden Peterson. And Mastrobono takes a shot there. And Peterson works around to the back. Hasn't secured the takedown yet. And now he does so. Aiden Peterson will now go up 10-1. And Peterson pushes Mastrobono off the mat, and he will be awarded the escape point, is Mastrobono. Peterson up 10-2. We've got 40 seconds left to go in this one. And Mastrobono privy to that Peterson cradle. Peterson immediately went to look for that position, and immediately Mastrobono bellies out and goes flat. And it's honestly been a weapon for Peterson throughout this match because he immediately goes to that grip, and once he does so, Mastrobono flattens out immediately because he's scared of the potential of Peterson locking up that cradle. You saw him do it again just a moment ago. Peterson puts that hand on the far side of Mastrobono's neck, and then the other hand on the near side near the butt of Mastrobono, and kind of almost scares Mastrobono into thinking he's going to go to that cradle, and that's what really did it for Aiden Peterson. Rode very well throughout that match and comes away with the 12-2 victory. Aiden Peterson is the sectional champion. And now let's move on to 165 pounds. It's Ty Miller here for the Eagles. He'll be taking on Caden Poley of Maple Heights. And Ty Miller already secured the takedown. He went to go to that tilt. And the wrestlers work off the mat. They'll reset back to the center. Poley 27-3 on the season. Ty Miller 25-7 so far this season. Miller has kind of been seen in the shadow of twin Jarrell Miller in the past, but really unfair to this kid. He's ranked number 2 in the state of Ohio. Had a huge win over Gunnar Cramblett earlier this season. Cramblett of St. Parish Graham. Cramblett was a 6th place winner at Ironman earlier this season. So a really impressive victory for Ty Miller. He's up 6-2 in this match. We've got a minute left to go. Miller continues to be heavy on top. And now Ty Miller will allow Poley back up. 6-3 now, Miller. We've got 30 seconds left to go here in the first period. And a nice shot from Poley. Miller doing a good job of defending thus far, but now Poley in deep. He's on the hips of Miller, and he secures the takedown. his teammates letting him know they appreciate the effort from Poley, as Miller now gets the escape point late in the first period. We got 5 seconds to go. 7-5 Miller, and 3-2, and he gets the takedown late in the period. Ty Miller just continued to work for that takedown and secured the double leg, and he's up 9-5 headed into the second period. Ty Miller will be on bottom to begin the second period. Poley to cover, and Poley will allow Ty Miller back up. Poley will try his luck from distance here against Ty Miller. Miller now goes up 10-5. We got 1:50 remaining in the second period. And Miller tried to combo up those moves, the tap to the front of the head, and then tried to go in on that single leg, but Poley privy to it. Now we're 25 seconds into the second period. Both wrestlers continue to be content to work from distance. Miller and Poley in the sectional final match. The Eagles thus far have won all these sectional final matches. We'll see if that continues. Now in this tie-up, Miller tries to circle around to the back, and that was a great job from Ty Miller continuing to wrestle through those positions. Didn't secure the takedown, went off the edge of the mat, but Miller faking one way, going back the other. Poley was defending that, and then Miller went back around to the other side, just doing a great job of continuing to wrestle through those positions. And now Ty Miller secures the takedown. He'll go up 12-5. We got 50 seconds left to go here in the second period. Ty Miller's got 35 seconds left to work here in the second period. And he's now trying to work a bar across, and we'll see if he can secure the fall. Referee taking a very close look. Miller not quite getting it yet. And that's got to be close. And Miller gets the fall. Ty Miller, the sectional champion for the Eagles, does it in 3 minutes, 46 seconds here from the Eagles' nest. Now we'll go to 175 pounds. Welcome the twin, Jarrell Miller, here for the Eagles. He will be taking on Carter Hinman of Berea Mid-Park. Hinman has only wrestled one match here today. Got a fall in 38 seconds. The second one was a default, so he will take on Jarrell Miller. Miller, the record on the season stands at 22-5. Has battled injury at points throughout the season, but Miller will look to show up strong here today as he takes on Carter Hinman. Jarrell Miller was state runner-up in his freshman campaign. We'll see if he can produce a similar result and try to take it all and become a state champion here in his sophomore season. At the moment, ranked number 2 at 175 pounds, and he's got that crossbody cradle. That is locked up in the fall for Jarrell Miller. He does it in 36 seconds. Jarrell Miller comes through for the Eagles. He is a sectional champion. Obviously, the sectional does mean something to these Eagles. Getting wins does mean something to them, but it means far more to win the close matches once you get further and further through this tournament. So thus far, these Eagles just getting these victories to hopefully move on and continue their run in the playoffs. A individual state tournament would hopefully be the third consecutive title of this variety for the Eagles. We'll see if they can get it done here in 2023. Johnny Slaper now for the Eagles at 190 pounds. He is taking on Noah Finley of Berea Mid Park. Finley, 15-17 on the season. He's had a heck of a day so far, taking down Devin Jones of Maple Heights with a 10-8 decision. But so is Johnny Slaper. He has spent less than 2 minutes on the mat in 2 matches, finding 2 falls early. He's up in this match 2-0, just under a minute into the first period. Johnny Slaper continues to be heavy on top in this one. And looking for the tilt now, Slaper, and Slaper might find himself on bottom here. And Slaper doing a good job of making sure to secure top position. Went after the back point, didn't quite have this position secured as well as he could have, but ultimately able to find himself back on top of Finley. Slaper wrestled 220 pounds his freshman year, made the navigation down to 190 pounds last season, and that's where he remains at for this 2022-23 season. He's got that bar now, the spiral ride over on that right side. That's in deep, the half Nelson. He works it across. Johnny Slaper finds the fall in a minute 58 right at the end of the period. Johnny Slaper is a sectional champion. He gets it done in a minute 58 here for the Eagles. Now we'll go to 215 pounds. It will be Balin Waugh here for the Eagles. And it actually appears that will be it. I believe that Balin Waugh forfeited his match due to wanting to avoid injury, and then there must have also been a forfeit in the heavyweight match. Not quite sure what happened there, but nonetheless, you will see 14 Eagles wrestlers in Perrysburg next weekend. It has been with absolute pleasure that I was able to bring you this action. I'm Cody Wagner. So long from the Eagles Nest and the Eagles Sports Network.